Шановні пані та панове, президент України
Dear ladies and gentlemen, President of Ukraine Volodymyr Zelensky, President of Portugal Marcelo Rebelo de Sousa, President of Lithuania Gitanas Nausėda, President of Hungary Katalin Novak, Member of the Presidium of Bosnia and Herzegovina Denis Bečirin, Prime Minister of Finland Petteri Orban, Prime Minister of Moldova Dorian Rečan.
Military stronghold, human rights violation enclave, and ecological disaster area. This is what once free Ukrainian Crimea was turned into after the attempted Russian annexation in 2014.
Це був пролог повномасштабної війни, яка забирає життя тисяч і тисяч людей. Це було народження антилюдської системи, яка катує, яка позбавляє свободи і травмує. Це був початок найнебезпечнішої хаотизації в міжнародних відносинах за життя кількох поколінь.
Since the beginning of the full-scale invasion, Russia has launched hundreds of rockets from the temporarily occupied peninsula to mainland Ukraine. The activity of Russian submarines is now at the highest level since the Cold War. Russia literally occupied the Black and Azov Seas, hindering the freedom of navigation.
Many of us thought the 21st century would be one of peace, development and cooperation. Unfortunately, Russia traveled the opposite way.
The shortage of fresh water in temporarily occupied Crimea is directly related to the increase in the number of Russian military bases on the peninsula. In addition, the Nature Reserve Fund is continuously destroyed by illegal mining in the region. Natural reserves are turned into military objects. Flora and fauna are being severely affected. Still, Russia's threat to the global ecosystem and humanity in general has leveled up.
Crimea was turned into a hub for looting Ukrainian grain from the newly captured territories. Russia is still using the closed Crimean ports to transfer the grain stilled from the Kherson and Zaporizhia regions.
However, Russia's activity on the peninsula endangers not only ecology and security, but also violates the fundamental human rights.
Every day, every hour costs lives of our people. Human rights, protection, and the occupation is one of the central challenges we are facing.
Russia's genocidal policy has gone further.
Мы полвека добивались возвращения на свою историческую родину, а теперь народ снова покидает свою землю.
According to reports, over 100,000 Ukrainian citizens were forced to leave the peninsula.
Наших співгромадян, вони насильно забирають свою армію і хочуть спрямувати, вбивати своїх інших співгромадян. Це дуже жахливо, це проти всіх міжнародних законів, але вони це намагаються робити.
This is what life in Crimea today looks like. However, Ukraine is currently working not only on the liberation of Crimea, which is upon the armed forces of Ukraine, but also on developing the vision of the future of Crimea as a prosperous, integrated into the European space and diverse peninsula.
Повернути справедливість для всіх наших людей, гарантувати свободу для всієї нашої держави без будь-яких виключень – це наше історичне завдання. Завдання усіх, хто захищає державу, усіх, хто обрав Україну, а отже, здобуде перемогу.
Пані та панове, модератор заходу,
Ladies and
міністр
gentlemen, the event
закордонних
is
справ
moderated by Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine, Dmytro Kuleba.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, 2 years ago, President Zelensky was the first one to break the Crimea silence. He instructed his team to create the International Crimea Platform, which would return the issue of the peninsula back on international agenda. Putin's strategy was to sweep the issue of Crimea under the rug, make the world accept the de facto status quo. But under President Zelensky's leadership, Ukraine did not let Russia do it. A crime is a crime, no matter how much time passed. The crime needs to be punished. Order must be restored. Crimea must be returned to Ukraine. 2 years ago, on this day, we gathered 47 states and organizations in Kiev for the inaugural summit of the platform. All of them said loud and clear, Crimea is Ukraine. Russia's full-scale invasion has not weakened but strengthened the platform and our common resolve to return Crimea to Ukraine. Last year, the number of participants and the geography of support expanded to 60. And I'm glad to see that this year the tendency continues. The International Crimea Platform keeps getting stronger. It is an honor to welcome new participants at this third summit. Bahrain, Serbia, Timor-Leste, the United Arab Emirates, Danube Commission, UNESCO, and World Tourism Organization. Our collective objective remains unwavering, to progress towards the liberation of Crimea from its occupation along with all temporary occupied territories of Ukraine. This will create a space for comprehensive, just, and lasting peace for Ukraine and the entire region based on Ukraine's peace formula. I appreciate the dedication of each participant of the platform, and it is my great honor and pleasure to invite President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, to open the third International Crimea Platform Summit. Mr. President, the floor is yours.
Thank you, dear ladies and gentlemen, our dear guests, dear participants. The participants of the Crimean platform. I welcome all of you. It's an honor to welcome all of you here. But before I open this summit, this is already the third summit of our Crimean platform, I would like to tell you about one girl. This girl is a citizen of Ukraine. She's a Crimean Tatar. And this girl,
I'm sorry, I will help our friends. Just a second. No, it's working. Everything works in Ukraine. Okay,
so about still more important and serious points. So, she's a citizen of Ukraine. She's a Crimean Tatar. She's 25 years old. She has a very warm and loving family. And as for her family, she has a gentle name of Borjak. In Crimean Tatar, it means an insect, a little insect. She is not that tall, she's very kind-hearted and sincere, the daughter of her parents. Her father is really sick, and unfortunately he has cancer, the cancer of the last stage. She tried to go to her father just to support him, as a child, to help him, or at least to see him, just to see. And no one of us knows how much time of life is left for each of us. But still, we all know and feel that every day with our relatives is a real happiness, to be with them every day. It's the happiness which we shouldn't be deprived of. This girl's name is Leniye Umerova. For more than half a year, she is in jail, and now she's in Moscow. In fact, it's one of the cruelest places of confinement in Russia. The only connection the type of communication of Lenier with her relatives are her letters, short letters, which we can from time to time give from jail to freedom. All of her so-called crime in front of Russia is that Lenier was trying to get to her father, to her sick father, to the occupied Crimea. And now Russia wants to give her 20 years of jail. Just a usual lady. And this is one of the numerous examples of repressions of the occupiers against Ukrainian citizens in Crimea, against Crimean Tatar people, a huge and powerful people, against the Muslim community of Crimea, against men and women who are rather young and elderly. They are different. Those people are really different. Some of them are journalists and they were speaking truth, which is a crime for Russia. Some of them are activists who were fighting for truth, for their own people. Some one of them wanted to, in fact, believe in what they believe, and someone wanted to approach the end of occupation. All of that is similar to Russia. This is still the crime to Russia, as well as the wish to be with your family in your native Crimea without looking at the occupiers, looking back at occupiers. Dear participants of the Crimean platform, so when the Crimean Tatars are free, and when Lenier Umerova is free, and Nariman Jalal, and Vladislav Yasipenko, and Server Mustafaev, and Irina Danilovich, when they are free, depends on us. Lots of those people, real people, whom Russia deprived of freedom in the occupied Crimea by Russians, the people whose homes were taken, whose lives were broken, and who feel tortures every day, and who have the right, for the most important, the right to live freely and with dignity on their native land without occupation and without the occupiers. Crimea will be deoccupied, as well as other parts of Ukraine, which are so far now, unfortunately, under occupation. And when someone in the world speaks about that, about our territory, which is occupied by Russia, every time we speak not just about the void land, but the land of children and parents, millions of families, of different people, of different faiths, whose lives used to be, should be, and will be free. So Ukraine is not trading territories, because Ukraine is not trading people. And that's it. So every single person who is here, who is taking part in the Crimean platform, who supported the peace formula, who is striving to finalize the unprovoked aggression by Russian Federation, you're all confirming that people's lives, that humans' lives is invaluable. It is very important, and I'm really grateful to you, because this principle should be in the foundation of any relations, international relations. The life is invaluable, as well as the international law, which in fact protects the human life. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor for me to announce about the beginning of the work of the Crimean platform this year, and we have the representatives of 63 countries, international organizations, the states of Europe and Asia, of both Americas, Africa, and every year more and more participants are joining us. We have more global consent that occupation is a crime against international law, against the people. I thank everyone who came to Ukraine and the Crimean platform, to everyone who will take part online with the help of the special statements, and I would like to mention the parliamentary component of Crimean platform, which allows to join for the representatives of different political fractions and parties from different countries. I thank you, Ruslan Oleksievich, for your help, that we are joining with the parliamentarians who are valuing the principle of territorial integrity of all of the states of the UN Charter. The international, in fact, calmness is important not only, and peace is important not only for Ukraine, but of many countries which borders could be under the threat of invasion. And the people, and I can see that they are connected with us, in touch with us. I see you, and I'm grateful to each one of you. Okay. So the borders are really under the threat of invasion. They should be permanently and daily protected from the predators' policy against peace. I thank all the parliamentarians who will now take part in the work of the Parliamentary Summit of the Crimean Platform, which will take place in autumn. What's the main task of the Crimean Platform? To get the occupation ready. We understand how we will come back to Crimea. We understand how many steps we need to overtake. We understand how complicated and important task that is, but we can see this way. During the year which passed after the previous meeting at the Crimean Platform, the Ukrainian warriors have done incredible things. Ukraine showed that liberation of our lands during warfare is not just a coincidence. All of that is deserved by the heroism of our people and the defense support of our partners. I thank all the partners, the courage of the Ukrainians and solidarity of the world, which is working for this desired common outcome. The Ukrainian forces are moving forward, whatever others say. We are moving forward. This is the most important. Moving on. And when Russia surrenders and retrieves, it just turns a blind eye on its weakness. Russian society may turn a blind eye on the retrieval of the occupiers from the Crimea as well. During this year, we proved that global stability is possible only with the participants of Ukraine when the Russian aggressive intentions lose. The proof for that is on the lunch tables of all of the families of the world, when we managed to clean the part of the Black Sea from the Russian occupiers and to launch our grain export by sea. The food prices on the world market instantly decreased, and the Black Sea is the key to the world food, and that is social stability. Crimea is the key to security in the Black Sea. We cannot leave the keys in the hands of the terrorists, and we will not do that. Ukraine has a very precise vision of how we will restore in Crimea the normal, peaceful, just and democratic life after we totally dismantle Russian tyranny at our Ukrainian peninsula. Anywhere where Russian is coming, there is the supremacy of violence. And we are providing the supremacy of law, the rule of law. We will provide the real sense for the infrastructure of Crimea. During the whole history of Crimea, its ports and roads were connected with Ukraine and the whole world. Russia provoked isolation of Crimea. We will bring the whole world back to Crimea. Post-war transformation of Ukraine will provide for Crimea such economic changes which allow it to work and to be economically attractive during the whole year, not only season by season. We already have support of the businesses of international, national and local Ukrainian level which are ready to come to the Crimea and begin their work instantly after the occupation. Those are powerful brands of international hotel networks, aviation companies, banking businesses, technological telecommunication companies, industrial companies. Those are energy companies. As part of the economy of Ukraine, Crimea will be the part of global economy. And today we are making this first economic step. We are signing the first document with the companies which are ready to come to the Crimea already after Ukraine. This is the open document, and it's open for joining by any just businesses. Thousands of Ukrainian and European global companies will come to the Crimea. And even now, about the readiness to invest was announced by such companies as Ryanair, Royal Haskonin. Their reconstruction of Crimea and the recovery of Crimea is supported by the Association of Hotels, the representatives of which are present here. I'm grateful to them. At the summit of SkyUp, Join Up, Vodafone, Luxoft, SoftServe, Genesis, Sigma Software, Squat, Rebus Group, Adam, Okko, LifeCell, Nokia, Hayat Ukraine, IPAM, the Polish holding of Hotelovi, Fozy Group and others, lots of others, companies like these. So I'm really grateful to all of you who will create in Crimea together with other companies the real, normal, modern, free economic life. The activity of Russia in Crimea led to the situation that the ecosystem of the peninsula and surrounding territories has become disastrous. Instead of terroristic bases of Crimea, we need national parks and reserves. Instead of warehouses of weapons, we need international cruise liners. Instead of surrounded by fences, mansions of military crimes and corruptionists, we need modern spaces, new technological companies, the new modern university. Just Ukraine is ready to bring back modern times to Crimea, thanks to the modern character, to the openness, to the, in fact, technological development. We will be able to provide the high quality of life.
And this will be the life of dignity that will be available to everyone in the Crimea who supports Ukraine. Dear ladies and gentlemen, in the recent letter by Leni Umerova, it is said that dignity and freedom have no price tag on them, and really they are priceless. The real only price is the price of fear, of procrastination, the price of trying to pacify the aggressor, and this is the catastrophic price. It's high time to close the bill, and Ukraine is ready for it. I'd like to thank everyone present here, everyone assisting us on a daily basis. Glory to Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. And now I'm delighted to give the floor to His Excellency Marcelo Rebelo de Sousa, the President of the Portuguese Republic, who is in Ukraine with a historic visit, since it's only the second visit at this level after 24 years. Mr. President, the floor is yours.
Mr. President, dear friend, Volodymyr Zelensky, dear presidents, prime ministers, ministers, members of the parliament, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. My presence in this summit represents an equivocal sign of Portugal's non-recognition of the attempted illegal annexation and temporary occupation by Russia of the Autonomous Republic of Crimea and the city of Sevastopol, as well as other regions of Ukraine, in line with the final declaration of the participants of this summit. We have witnessed how the illegal occupation of Crimea was used by Russia to perpetrate its brutal attack of the whole Ukrainian territory 18 months ago. We cannot allow these aggressions to continue. Portugal remains unwavering in its commitment to Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity within its international recognized borders. We condemn Russia's ongoing illegal, unjust, immoral war against Ukraine and the occupation of Crimea and Sevastopol in the strongest terms. We admire the remarkable determination shown by Ukraine and its people in exercising the country's right to self-defense against this illegal, unprovoked, and unjustified attack, which constitutes a blatant violation of international law and the UN Charter. We urge Russia to immediately withdraw all its military forces from the territory of Ukraine. This said, I take the words of President Zelensky, these words we have just heard, to underline two main points. One of them is it's not possible to separate the Crimean issue from the global attack and invasion of the Ukrainian territory. Any attempt subjective or objective, of separating the two issues represents not a support, not a help to the Ukrainian people, but a noise that is unnecessarily provoked in a war and the recovery of the integrity of the territory that is the main task of the Ukrainian people, of the Ukrainian state, and of all the other states. And for those states, and Portugal is an example, although being far away in the west, our border, the Portuguese border, is the border of Ukraine. And this must be very, very clear. The second point is that we are dealing with problems of human dignity, not just international law, not just constitutional law, not just legality. We are speaking of people in flesh and bone. We're speaking of thousands and thousands and thousands of people and dealing with their problems. That's what President Zelensky, in a way, showed, speaking of specific citizens, specific families. It's our task. We politicians, we receive a mandate not to solve our personal problems or national pride, but to solve common people's problems and to respect human dignity. And this is all about also the Crimean issue. Not just Crimean issue, the Ukrainian resistance, resilience against invasion. A third and final point, we're speaking of human dignity, we're speaking of legality, we're speaking of sovereignty and integrity of the territory, we're speaking of sustainable development. That's why I think President Zelensky also stressed how important it is, the task of those that at the same time can affirm freedom and democracy and build social justice and develop the economy. And when you mentioned several companies, meaning the civil society, you were speaking of the economic development, sustainable development that is essential for building peace, long-lasting peace, and security in Europe. And these three main points are vital in this crucial moment. Not to create noise separating issues that should not separate it. Second, never forget the people that are the reason of our fight, our common fight for territorial integrity, sovereignty, and democracy and freedom. Third, not forgetting that there is no freedom and democracy without social cohesion, without growth, but much more than growth, development, which means social justice. This also for Crimea. And the aim of this Crimean platform was ever since the beginning the same. Never let people forget Crimea. Never let people forget Crimean people. Never let people forget the economic development and social justice in Crimea. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. And now I would like to give the floor to His Excellency Recep Tayyip Erdogan, President of the Republic of Turkey.
President Zelensky of Ukraine, distinguished heads of state and government, Mr. Mustafa Kirmoglu, the leader of Crimean Tatar Turks and member of Parliament of Ukraine, dear Crimean Tatar Turkish kinsmen, esteemed guests, I extend my most heartfelt greetings to you with great affection. It gives me immense pleasure to address you at the 4th Summit of International Crimean Platform, albeit via video message. I would like to take this opportunity to celebrate both the Day of the National Flag and the Independence Day of Ukraine. I believe that this platform, which was established with the intention of advocating for the Crimea, cause more effectively through peaceful means, will strengthen the arguments we seek to convey regarding Crimea. Turkey does not recognize the annexation of Crimea and has steadfastly defended the illegality of this action from the very beginning. We continue to support the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine. We have voiced it on the very platform, including the United Nations, that Crimea is a part of Ukraine. The safety and well-being of our Crimean Tatar Turkish kinsmen, one of the indigenous peoples of Crimea, is also one of our top priorities. I would like to take this opportunity to reiterate our hope for the release of Nariman Celal, the detained deputy chairman of the Mejlis of the Crimean Tatar people, as well as his friends. As I have always stated, there is no winners in the war and no losers in peace. With this understanding, we persist in our belief that the war, which has been ongoing for about 2 years, should be resolved through the establishment of a fair and durable peace. We are working very hard to keep the lines of communication open in order to stop the bloodshed in this process, or at the very least to get the parties ready for the negotiation table. Our efforts to revitalize the Black Sea initiative continue. We believe it is important to avoid taking any actions during this process that will exacerbate the tension and disrupt the peace in the Black Sea. In support of establishment of peace, we are adamant about continuing our facilitation and mediation efforts with courage and tenacity. People not only in the region but also around the world will feel relieved when the war is over and peace and stability are restored in the Black Sea basin. I reaffirm our support for the territorial integrity of Ukraine, including Crimea, and I hope that a climate of peace will soon return to our region. I extend my gratitude, respect and greetings to all of you. May you remain safe and healthy.
We thank President of Turkey, and I give the floor to His Excellency President of Lithuania, Gitanas Nausėda.
Dear President Volodymyr Zelensky, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's my great honor to address the 3rd Summit of the International Crimean Platform. 2 years ago, we gathered in Kiev to support international order and demand justice. We demanded Russia to cease the illegal occupation and annexation of Crimea and respect the rights of its native people. Since then, the war of aggression that was started by Russia in 2014 has entered a phase of full-scale invasion and utter destruction. We all witnessed how one cynical violation of international law paved the way to another. We were left appalled in the face of barbaric atrocities committed by Russian armed forces. These crimes continue even as we speak. Russia is aggressively attacking Ukrainian civilian infrastructure, killing people, destroying private houses and apartment blocks. It all started in Crimea in February 2014. By all accounts, this is also where it must end, with Crimea coming back as a part of the Ukrainian state. The whole Ukrainian nation deserves to see Crimea liberated and secured. Native Crimean Tatars, who suffered waves of ethnic cleansing and genocide at the hands of the Tsarist and Soviet regimes, deserve to build their national home free from discrimination and repressions. However, since 2014, Crimean residents have received the full force of brutal colonial policies. Those opposing illegal annexation face increasing pressure. Russian passports are being forced upon the whole population. Land is being nationalized. Independent organizations are forced to close. The so-called elections are being planned in flagrant violation of international law. Moreover, Russia is actively using Crimea as a military base in its war against Ukraine. In violation of international humanitarian law, Russian ships are launching rockets against the UNESCO protective heritage site of the city of Odessa, its port infrastructure, grain storages, and other civilian targets. Holding on to Crimea allows Russia to further obstruct the freedom of navigation in the Black Sea and to threaten global food security. I believe that it is imperative for the international community to react in an assertive and united manner. It is our shared duty to ensure that there is no impunity for all those violations of human rights and international humanitarian law. Those responsible for numerous war crimes are the very crime of aggression must not escape punishment. Today, Lithuania reiterates its unwavering support for Ukraine's independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity. We will continue to provide Ukraine with political, military, and financial support, and we will stand with Ukraine until the final victory. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'm delighted to welcome His Excellency Alar Karis, the President of the Republic of Estonia.
Dear friends, thank you, President Zelensky, for the invitation to this summit on Crimea, on territorial integrity. Thank you for the leadership and all Ukrainians for the brave fight for our values. It is important for me to be part of this discussion, and I regret that I cannot be there with you in person. Security is indivisible. Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine is an existential issue for Europe. Russia has and will continue to increase its military build-up and presence in the Baltic, Black and Mediterranean Sea regions. But it's not only about Europe's security. There are global consequences, and this is why we need a global response. We call all countries to engage with President Zelensky's peace formula, a concrete way towards just and lasting peace. Our commitment to implement this plan will help us achieve tangible results on most important topics. As Russia decided to suspend its participation in the UN Black Sea Grain Initiative, global food security is at risk. Russia is actively destroying Ukrainian grain storages and ports to block the export of much-needed grain. While opening the Black Sea route remains important, I want to highlight the need for alternative routes and the unused potential of the Baltic ports. The importance of the EU solidarity lanes to increase the export of Ukrainian grain is greater than ever. We were very pleased to note during the last peace summit in Jeddah the widespread unity to protect the UN Charter and the principles of territorial integrity and sovereignty. The obligation to refrain from using force against another state has been affirmed by the UN General Assembly several times. This common position is a strong base we must build the peace on. We have to see Russia's war for what it is: a genocide, extermination of the Ukrainian nation, and the erasure of sovereign state. We see destruction and innocent lives lost every day. At least 20,000 Ukrainian children have been deported to Russia and Belarus. We will keep this issue high on the international agenda, including during the upcoming UN General Assembly High Risk Week. We continue supporting children in our national reconstruction and humanitarian aid activities. For Estonia, it is clear how this war must end. The war will not end with only a battlefield victory or once territorial integrity is restored. It will end when all those responsible, including Russia's leadership, are held accountable and justice prevails. We will focus on that scenario. Our support will continue at all levels until Ukraine's victory, until Ukraine will be free and sovereign member of European Union and NATO. Thank you for your attention.
And now I would like to turn to His Excellency Mr. Andrzej Duda, the President of the Republic of Poland.
Distinguished Mr. President, dear Volodymyr, Excellencies, dear friends, presidents, prime ministers, speakers of the parliaments, members of the parliaments, ministers, dorogi ukraiński друзі, ladies and gentlemen.
Dear Ukrainian friends,
our today's meeting is a living proof that the international community has understood the significance of the illegal occupation of Crimea and other Ukrainian lands to the whole world. It does not only exemplify the ideology of Ruski Mir in practice, but is also an ominous sign of a world which may materialize when international law, human rights, or the provisions of the UN Charter are no longer respected. Poland does not accept such a vision, and it will never do. That is why since 2014 we have consistently stood with Ukraine. The developments of March and April 2014 were a signal for us about Russia's real intentions concerning Ukraine, the annexation of its territory, annihilation of the statehood, and destruction of Ukrainian culture and language. Hence, we made an appeal for international solidarity with Ukraine already then. Now we are at a totally different point in time. Nobody should have any illusions that the occupation of Crimea is a regional problem. It's a global problem. Unless we solve it together, we will de facto begin to agree to a new international security architecture and a new global order based on the law of force imposed by Russians. Therefore, the deoccupation of Crimea and restoration of Ukraine's full territorial integrity are necessary preconditions, not just for the security of the Azov-Baltic Sea region, but also for the stability of the global security architecture. We must not let Putin achieve his goals vis-à-vis Ukraine. Russia's illicit control over Crimea is one of the most significant foundations of legitimacy for the Kremlin. That is why we must do all we can to ensure that it becomes part of Ukraine again. There can be no concessions to Russia in this regard whatsoever. Moscow has to return all the seized territories and face the consequences of its actions. Let us not forget that what is really at stake in this war is keeping the world order based on respect for international law, territorial integrity, as well as the freedom and the right of nations to choose their own future. What is at stake are the foundations of a free world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. And now it is my pleasure to give the floor to Her Excellency, the President of Hungary, Ms. Katalina Novak. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Foreign Minister. Dear President, dear colleagues, I'm here because I should be here. I'm here because I am invited for the second time, and so the second time I did come personally. No question, we need clear speech and clear acts. No on one hand, on the other hand type of speech and actions. We need a clear standing by Ukraine and a clear condemnation of Russia's unprovoked aggression. At the 75th day of the unprovoked aggression against Ukraine, I was inaugurated as new president of Hungary. At this point already, I summarized the Hungarian position vis-à-vis the war in Ukraine, against Ukraine in 10 points. I confirmed that Hungarians condemned the armed invasion and that Ukraine has its place in Europe. I also stated that war crimes should be investigated, that we stand by the innocent victims, and that Hungary is ready to play a mediating role to facilitate peace talks. I can assure you, Mr. President, that Hungary remains committed to these principles to the very day, as of the 545th day of the war. I arrived last night to Kiev, and I came through Zakarpattia. I had the chance to celebrate our National Day together with the members of the national Hungarian community in Zakarpattia. And I have to tell you that your visit to Zakarpattia was also very meaningful, and that you yourself also addressed that you see Zakarpattia as a resource for the future when we finally come to the restoration of Ukraine. Zakarpattia can be a resource for us, and I very much count on you on having a very strong friendship among Hungarian nationals and the other members of the society in Zakarpattia as well. And I had the chance today to visit Bucha, and near Bucha to go to a kindergarten which was built by the Hungarian Interchange Agency. And I had the chance to meet the children who actually prepared on the day of the flag, a Hungarian flag and a Ukrainian flag for us. So I think that also just demonstrated our friendship and the strength. And as a Commander-in-Chief of the Hungarian Armed Forces, I understand what Ukraine is going through and that Hungary's eastern neighbor is on a tight track. The political space for maneuver is narrow. Especially due to this, I welcome the joint statements taken on today, to which the EU unitedly stands, because the sovereignty, the independence and the territorial integrity of Ukraine is unquestionable. Ukraine has the right to state that the war started in Crimea and it should end with the return of Crimea to Kiev. Mr. President, the daily Ukrainian courage, charm and strength has earned and continue to earn the respect and full solidarity of Hungary, the entire EU, NATO and the international community. Hungary fought a number of major wars, at times even agonizing ones. These fights taught us a key thing: to remain who we are, a patriotic nation. We perfectly understand a nation in struggle who fights for her own rights. I see and sense this attitude also in the Ukrainians. Hungarians have learned over the centuries that it is by deep-rooted tolerance and by mutual respect that there is room for exercising freedom. We build on mutual trust with our neighbors, and we protect the minorities living in Ukraine and in Hungary. Protecting freedom in times of war is challenging, but not impossible. Responsible leaders always pay attention to even seemingly marginal matters in the shadow of the everyday battles of the war. These efforts will immediately show the greatness of human dignity once peace returns. Hungary's support for peace is manifested in a number of assistance programs aimed at Ukraine. Since last February, almost 2 million people fled to Hungary from Ukraine, and Hungary has been carrying out the most significant humanitarian action in its modern history. Health and medical equipment, medicines have been sent at a value of 10 million euros. Set of generators have been bought to overcome energy shortages. Hungary covered the transportation costs of 10,000 tons of grain from Ukraine, and I had also the privilege to be here in Kiev with you at the Grain from Ukraine program. I'm especially devoted to the protection of the rights of the children, the ones who are the most vulnerable and the ones who are the most precious to us. I'm saying this not only as a president of a country, but also as a mother of 3 children. At the times of war, children cannot be on the losing side. Children cannot be taken by force from their families, not to speak about the disgusting misuse that shakes me personally and my country to a great extent. Let us stand up together against all the violation of the children's rights, and let us raise attention to each and every case. The war cannot rob the future of our children. On my way to Kiev, at the stopover in Zakarpattia, I met, just as I said, I met the ethnic Hungarian families, and there I also experienced how precious it is that we show the children that their future is at stake, and that we offer them the freedom what children need so much, that they don't lose their childhood. Hungarian hospitals treat wounded Ukrainian soldiers as well as children, and half of the Ukrainian children who participate in summer camps in Europe are welcomed and cared for by the government of Hungary. And at this very moment, actually, 500 Ukrainian children are enjoying a summer camp in Hungary by the Lake Balaton, and I am very happy and proud that just even for this short period of time, they can forget about all the tragedies that they have to suffer about here. Mr. President, there is nothing more that I wish for than the ending of the bloodshed and the fights, so that peace is re-achieved in our neighborhood. Regardless how long it takes to return to peace, Hungary remains to offer humanitarian and educational support, as well as training facilities to Ukraine, and continues to comply with all her international obligations. Budapest commits to support all initiatives aiming at winning the peace. On this path, Budapest, as a capital, is always there to have a just peace agreement. On this mission of ours, I will, right after Kiev, visit Rome and go to the Vatican and have a meeting with the Pope, and I will deliver these messages to His Holiness as well. And I am looking forward to finding our common path toward the just, long-lasting peace. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam President, and I'm pleased to give the floor to His Excellency Edgars Rinkevičs, the President of the Republic of Latvia.
Dear President Zelensky, dear Ukrainians and friends of Ukraine, we must continue to raise the issue of Russia's illegal annexation of Crimea and discrimination against Crimean Tatars. Russia continues repressions and human rights violations, illegal detentions and imprisonment of Tatars, as well as illegal militarization of the peninsula. We continue to receive disturbing information about forced change to the demographic structure of Crimea, a measure that is deeply alarming, especially considering the Crimean Tatar genocide committed by the Soviet regime in 1944. Our participation in the Crimea Platform Summit reaffirms that Ukraine is not alone in the fight for justice. Dear colleagues, the pain and destruction caused by Russia's aggression is felt by all Ukrainians. It is felt in the global south. It is important to be united in our support to Ukraine and its people, to find ways to mitigate the negative global consequences of Russia's war and to hold Russia and Russian representatives accountable. We must continue to stand strongly for women's rights and their protection, especially as we see the alarming use of sexual and gender-based violence as a tactic of war against Ukraine. Since day one of the Russian war against Ukraine, Latvia has provided psychosocial support for Ukrainians. We opened a rehabilitation center in Ivano-Frankivsk for women who have suffered from sexual violence. As Russia continues the weaponization of hunger, we must facilitate essential food exports from Ukraine to the rest of the world, particularly to developing countries. We need to look for ways to create safe, secure, and reliable multimodal transport corridor within the Black Sea. And we need to encourage further discussions on practical cooperation that boosts infrastructure connections between Baltic, Adriatic, and the Black Sea countries. In this regard, Latvia welcomes the Crimea platform goals and expresses its support to Ukraine's peace initiative. In conclusion, allow me to reiterate that comprehensive accountability must be ensured for the international crimes committed by Russia and its representatives. Failure to act in this regard will result in impunity and will encourage further destruction of our rules-based international order. Thank you for your attention.
I am now pleased to invite the Chairman of the Presidency of Bosnia and Herzegovina, His Excellency Mr. Željko Komšić.
Thank you, Minister. President Zelensky, Your Excellencies, dear friends, it's my honor as the Chairman of the Presidency of Bosnia and Herzegovina to take part in the third summit of Crimea platform. I want to send a clear message of support to the people of Ukraine in their struggle to preserve the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine. That, of course, includes Crimea. Crimea is Ukraine. I'm coming from a country that itself was a subject of aggression and attempt of violent takeover of its territory. Just as in the case of Ukraine, we were attacked by a superior military force. Military aggression followed the period of political, media, economic, and other types of aggressions, including the cultural one. The attempt to deny the cultural identity of Bosnia and Herzegovina and its people, presenting it as fictional despite a 1,000-year existence of Bosnian statehood. Even the circumstances of aggression against Ukraine and my country were very similar. In February 1992, citizens of Bosnia and Herzegovina voted in a referendum choosing an independent, sovereign, multi-ethnic and European Bosnia and Herzegovina. That democratic choice of people was met with aggression, ethnic cleansing, concentration camps, genocide in Srebrenica, and siege of Sarajevo. When we watched the events in Ukraine in late 2013 and early 2014, when the Verkhovna Rada and the citizens of Ukraine chose democratically to take their country from the Russian control and directed toward the free world and European Union, we were afraid of a similar scenario that we experienced 20 years earlier. Illegal aggression and the attempt to annex sovereign territory of Ukraine. These acts were clear violation of Article 2 of the UN Charter, the Helsinki Final Act, and of course, the Russian and Ukrainian Friendship Treaty. Unfortunately, the usurpation of Crimea, followed by ethnic cleansing another violation of human rights, was just a beginning of the aggression which followed in 2022. This time, the goal of aggressors was and is to topple the elected government of Ukraine and to subdue the Ukrainian people to regime in Kremlin. Together, we must oppose such attempts and protect the basic principles of international law and order. The security, stability, and prosperity of the entire world depend on this. Inviolability of international borders and political independence of states must be collectively protected. There cannot be any compromise on this issue. By defending its right to exist and be free, Ukraine is paying a huge price defending these principles. That is why we must be loud and clear in our support to Ukraine and condemnation of the aggressors. Thank you for your attention, and Slava Ukraini!
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm pleased to give the floor to the President of the European Council, His Excellency, Mr. Charles Michel.
Dear President Zelensky, dear Ukrainian friends, 2 years ago, I represented the EU at the first international summit of the Crimean platform. And I said it clearly, Ukraine's territorial integrity must be fully restored. And this applied to Crimea, and this applied to the region of Donetsk and Lugansk. And I stand by that today. Since Russia invaded your country, you have suffered nearly 550 days of death and destruction. And Crimea has been used as a strategic springboard to launch its brutal attacks. And last September, just like they did in Crimea, Russia tried to illegally annex Donetsk, Lugansk, Kherson, and Zaporizhzhia. And it is again a cynical attempt to grab more land, to steal the identity of Ukrainian citizens, to abduct your children, and to drive people from their homeland like they are doing the Tatars. I pay tribute to Mustafa Dzhemilev, the leader of the Crimean Tatar people, who traveled to Saudi Arabia with you, President Zelensky, in search of peace. Russia is perfecting a toolbox of terror and persecution that they applied in Crimea over 9 long years. And they are now committing atrocities in cities and villages in the whole of Ukraine, many amounting to war crimes. The EU will continue to call for full accountability for these crimes, including for the crime of aggression, and we will not recognize any illegal attempt to change the status of Ukraine's territories, including the Autonomous Republic of Crimea and the city of Sevastopol. Because respecting the sovereignty and territorial integrity of countries is a basic principle of the UN Charter, and that's why we support you, President Zelensky, and your peace formula based on these very principles. In Ukraine, you are fighting for your freedom, you are fighting for your future and for your homeland. And in the EU, we know you are also fighting for our common values. And that's why we have imposed massive sanctions against Russia, and that's why we are supporting you with weapons and ammunition, and we will strengthen this support. We are also helping to meet your humanitarian needs, and we are determined to back your country with strong financial support. We stand with you in your fight for freedom, and we will stand with you as you rebuild your country. Our total support for Ukraine amounts to more than 76 billion euros, and we are preparing a multi-annual financing plan of roughly 50 billion euros. Russia also continues to weaponize foods, including by blockading and attacking your seaports. And this cruel Russian tactic hits the most vulnerable around the globe hardest. In the EU, we will continue to support the efforts of the United Nations and Turkey to get the Black Sea Initiative back up running. And we are also strengthening Our solidarity lays through the EU to help get Ukrainian agricultural products to global markets. Ladies and gentlemen, this war is also a fight for your future, for your dream of a bright, more democratic and more prosperous future within the EU. Last year, Ukraine, received EU candidate status. So your European Union future is no longer a question of if, it is a question of when. And later this year, the European Council will discuss the possibility of opening accession negotiations. And I am confident that the Ukrainian people and the leaders will rise to this historic moment. You can count on my personal support, you can count on the EU. We will stand by your side for as long as it takes. Slava Ukraini.
And now I'm happy to give the floor to His Excellency, Prime Minister of the Republic of Finland, Petteri Orpo.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, firstly, I would like to thank you, Mr. President, for organizing this summit and your brave leadership. Wide participation here in Kyiv and online highlights the importance of this forum. Ukraine's cause is our cause. Crimea is Ukraine. Russia's illegal annexation of Crimea in 2014 was a serious breach of international law. Today, we are witnessing further violations of the United Nations Charter. Then Russia continues its brutal war of aggression in Ukraine. It is an illegal war. It is an act of aggression. The manner in which Russia is continuing war shamelessly violates international law. We have seen horrifying human rights violations. Today, I want to mention Crimean Tatars and Ukrainians living on the Crimean Peninsula. The human rights situation has been our great concern since the illegal annexation. Unfortunately, the concern is growing. Finland's support for Ukraine's independence, sovereignty and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders is firm. Finland continues to support all international efforts to restore Ukraine's territorial integrity. Sovereignty, the right to make their own choices, is a core of every nation. Based on that, Ukraine has decided that its future is European and Euro-Atlantic. Finland has condemned Russia's illegal and unprovoked aggression against Ukraine in the strongest terms. Finland supports Ukraine's initiative for a just, lasting peace. The initiative is comprehensive. It calls our attention to the global consequences of Russia's actions, such as food and nuclear security. We also support the initiative for Peace Peninsula and the Peace Formula Summit. Broad international participation in the summit should be ensured. Mr. President, Finland will continue supporting Ukraine in different ways for as long as needed. Finland is also prepared to participate in reconstructing an independent, democratic and prosperous Ukraine. I am confident that there will be a day then the war is over and Ukrainians can live in peace without fear. Finally, allow me, Mr. President, to use this opportunity to congratulate you and all Ukrainians who are bravely defending your independence in so many different ways on your Independence Day. Finland and the Finnish people and society stand with Ukraine. Slava Ukraini.
I am delighted to pass the floor to His Serene Highness Hereditary Prince Alois of Liechtenstein.
Dear President Zelensky, Excellencies,
Liechtenstein welcomes this summit as a timely opportunity to reaffirm its unwavering support and solidarity for Ukraine. We will continue our political and financial support, and we will continue to welcome Ukrainian refugees. Ending the aggression against Ukraine and ensuring full accountability for those most responsible must be our highest priority, both in the interest of international peace and security and of safeguarding the international legal order. Liechtenstein condemns the illegal annexation of the Crimea peninsula, as well as of other illegally occupied parts of Ukraine. These are clear violations of Ukrainian sovereignty and territorial integrity, as well as blatant violations of international law, in particular the core provisions of the Charter of the United Nations. We also emphasize that we will not recognize these annexations. As a member of the International Crimea Platform, we fully support the joint statement that will be released today. Excellencies, Liechtenstein condemns the systematic and large-scale war crimes and crimes against humanity committed by the Russian armed forces and affiliated armed groups, as well as the reported human rights violation in Crimea. We believe that those who have individual criminal responsibility for the aggression against Ukraine must be held accountable for the crime of aggression in a court of law on the basis of international law and under the umbrella of the United Nations system. Setting up an international tribunal for this purpose will not be easy, but it is essential. It requires building a broad support base, also with states who are not present here today. We have seen on several occasions in the United Nations General Assembly that an overwhelming majority of states want to live in a world ruled by law and not by might. Liechtenstein is committed to working with those who share this objective. We are also committed to ensure state responsibility for the enormous economic and environmental damage inflicted on Ukraine. I also wish to assure that Liechtenstein will do its part to provide support for the reconstruction of Ukraine. Mr. President, Excellencies, by withdrawing from the Black Sea Grain Initiative in mid-July, Russia once again acted in direct opposition to the security of millions of people worldwide. Liechtenstein supports all efforts to restore freedom of navigation and to bring much-needed grain supplies to those who need it most. Today's summit conveys an unwavering and strong message of unity to Ukraine. Liechtenstein is convinced that the Crimea platform remains a powerful platform which can be further strengthened in its objective through the participation of additional states from all regions of the world. I thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Prime Minister of Moldova, Mr. Dorin Rechan.
Dear President Zelensky, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, it has been 9 years since Russia invaded and subsequently annexed Crimea. In the aftermath, though, of this annexation, the human rights situation on the peninsula sharply deteriorated. Furthermore, museums have been plundered, and some sites recognized by UNESCO World Heritage have been damaged. However, the annexation we witnessed had much broader spillover effects, and Russia turned Crimea into a springboard to project military power deeper into Ukraine and beyond, with far-reaching consequences for Ukraine itself, for victims of the aggression, for my country as well, but for the wider international community. Operating from Crimea, Russia grabbed more Ukrainian land, pushed for a land corridor towards Moldova, restricted freedom of navigation in the Black Sea, and threatened navigation on the Danube River, disrupting grain exports towards global markets, and perhaps set an example to be emulated in the other parts of the world by potential aggressors. Thus, the annexation of Crimea is not only a national security challenge, but also a regional and global one, requiring a persistent and firm international response. Our principal aim must be to restore the rule of law, the rule of international law for Ukraine, and discourage such violations in the future. Russia, the aggressor state, must be denied all proceeds of aggression, meaning that total and unconditional deoccupation of Ukraine, including Crimea. The aggressor state must be held accountable for acts of aggression. An unambiguous message for Russia and any other aggressor must be: charge does not pay off. To accomplish all this, determined actions on 4 levels are required. First, the international community shall commit to providing Ukraine in the short and long term with all necessary means to exercise self-defense today, effectively, and in the future as well. As we are rapidly approaching the cold season, Ukraine needs additional supplies of air defense systems. Russia's criminal intent to leave Ukrainians in the cold, darkness, and without water this winter must fail. Second, the international community must double efforts to weaken Russia's industrial and financial prowess to wage war from now on. To this end, sanctions need to be tightened, and more actions must be directed toward preventing sanction evasions. The third point is that international community must act to ensure the accountability of the aggressor. Personal sanctions applied so far represent a form of preliminary responsibility. The work on gathering irrefutable evidence of war crimes must accelerate. Justice is integral to restoring the force of international law in Ukraine and worldwide. In this respect, I want to reiterate Moldova's support for establishing a special international tribunal for the crimes of aggression against Ukraine. Fourth, all 3 actions must go hand in hand with the reconstruction of Ukraine, supported by the international community. In areas that have been liberated and where the situation allows, rebuilding of houses, schools, kindergartens and bridges shall proceed. The experience of reconstruction in Irpin, Bucha and Hostomel shall be applied more broadly across liberated areas. In parallel, the international community shall not rest in preparing for a much larger reconstruction effort at the end of this war. Moldova is ready to do its fair share in restoring international law and supporting Ukraine. We're gradually aligning with the EU sanctions on Russia. We are assisting in demining Ukraine. We are hosting thousands of refugees, mostly mothers, grandmothers, and children who fled the war. Moldova health and education system provide Ukrainian families with services and support, and we try to make them feel as at home as possible. We're providing routes for Ukraine's grain export to world markets. And this is despite war impacting our agricultural producers, our exporters, and our economy. We are committed to expanding these routes and serve as transport hub for reconstruction efforts in Ukraine. There is no hesitation in Moldova about supporting Ukraine because we know it could have been us.
We know because we have already experienced the Russian special operations in Transnistria. We fully endorse President Zelensky's peace formula and the idea of a global peace summit for Ukraine this fall. The people and government of Moldova are united in their commitment to support Ukraine until victory. In conclusion, allow me to express deep condolences to the families and friends of those who have fallen while defending Ukraine, resisting Russian aggression. The Moldovan people are grieving alongside the Ukrainian people and will never forget their sacrifice for their freedom, for our common democratic future. Crimea is Ukraine, Slava Ukraine.
It is my great pleasure to introduce the next speaker, His Excellency Nikos Christodoulidis, the President of the Republic of Cyprus.
Zelensky, dear colleagues, dear friends, I'm greatly honored to address this summit, which takes place at a crucial time for all of us, because what is happening in Ukraine affects and concerns us all. At the outset, allow me to reiterate on behalf of all Cypriots our unwavering commitment to the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine. From day one, we have taken a principled stance in condemning this unjustified invasion and supporting Ukraine and its people. Cyprus itself, the victim of foreign invasion of 1974 and the ongoing Turkish military occupation of almost 37% of its territory, fully understands the hardship faced by the people of Ukraine. We are humbled by their courage, resilience, and determination. The sympathy and solidarity of the people of Cyprus has been manifested in deeds, including through the humanitarian aid offered to Ukraine that was the largest ever collected on the country, as well as through offering refuge and hospitality to over 20,000 Ukrainians who were forced to flee their homes. President Zelensky, dear friends, Russia's illegal war of aggression constitutes a threat not only to Ukraine, but also to the international rules-based order and to the right of people to dignity. International law principles serves as the cornerstone on the rules-based international order and the foundation of peace as established by the Helsinki Final Act and must be respected by all. In this regard, we fully support President Zelensky's peace formula, as well as Ukraine's just claim to restore the territory occupied by Russia, both in 2014, as well as with the ongoing war. In the wake of the Russian invasion, the international community reacted decisively. We were called upon to make difficult but necessary decisions, including the imposition of sanctions by the European Union and the G7 in an effort to exert pressure to Russia to stop its unjustified aggression against Ukraine and its people. The ongoing aggression leaves us no choice but to continue applying pressure in every way possible so as to end this war. The determination and unity shown at the international level offers hope for the future, in particular as regards countering actions by countries violating international law. At this critical juncture of the war, we need to remain united and continue standing by Ukraine and its courageous people. In closing, I would like once again to reiterate Cyprus' respect for Ukraine's sovereignty, unity, independence, and territorial integrity. I assure you that the government and the people of Cyprus stand with the people of Ukraine at this challenging time, and that we will continue offering our support for the prevalence of peace and stability. Thank you very much.
And now I introduce His Excellency Emmanuel Macron, President of the French Republic.
Mr. President, dear Volodymyr, heads of state and government, parliamentary presidents, ministers, ambassadors, friends. It has now been more than 9 years since Russia annexed a part of Ukraine territory entirely illegally. The Autonomous Republic of Ukraine and the city of Sevastopol totally violating the most elementary norms of international law. Since then, Russia consistently doubled down on its strategy of violence and fait accompli. And for 9 years we have observed the continued worsening of human rights and the humanitarian situation in Crimea, condemned on several occasions by the United Nations General Assembly. On 24 February 2022, Russia moved to the next level with a decision to launch a large-scale war of aggression against Ukraine. Since then, the Ukrainian people directly suffer the dramatic and unacceptable consequences of this decision on a daily basis. I want to say this once more before you and at your side very clearly. France does not recognize ACE's annexation by Russia of Ukrainian territories or the result of the sham election that were held. Dear Volodymyr, dear friends, more than 500 days since the beginning of the war, and as the Ukrainian people tirelessly continue their fight for the defense of their territory and their sovereignty, I wish to reiterate here today that you have France's full support. I wish to attest to the unwavering solidarity of the French people in the face of the violence and disruption endured every day by the Ukrainian civilians population, whose homes, hospitals and schools are being targeted by strikes and bombed by the Russian army. We continue to condemn Russia's actions, which constitute war crimes. Most importantly, we continue to provide our assistance in all fields so that Russia brings to an end the war of aggression it is waging against you, and so that you may stand strong, protect yourself and win the war. The consequences of the Russian aggression in Ukraine are also directly felt by the most vulnerable populations in Ukraine, Europe and around the world. Since the collapse of the Black Sea grain initiative in July, Russia has been striking essential infrastructures for the export of grain in the region, gravely jeopardizing global food security. All those who continue to doubt it now have proved that Russia never wanted to provide a solution to one of the direct consequences of this war. The European Union continues to work with Ukraine so that grain export to countries in the global south may continue insofar as possible. That is what we have been doing since the earliest days of the conflict, and we will continue to do so. In the face of this war, it was our duty to take action. We did that by supporting Ukraine and by making the historic decision to grant Ukraine the status of candidate for accession to the European Union. We will remain by your sides on this European journey and in your aspirations for a just peace and a lasting peace, meaning in compliance with international law. On the occasion of this meeting of the Crimean platform, I want to reiterate once more in front of all the key partners France's support to Ukraine, the support of French people, and also our respect and our admiration for your determination and bravery. You inspire us, you inspire all the Europe and much of the world. May you continue to stand strong, we are by your sides. Thank you.
We thank President of France and go straight to Iceland. I am pleased to welcome His Excellency Guðni Jóhannesson, the President of Iceland.
Thank you very much. President Zelensky, Your Excellencies, dear colleagues. Ever since Russia began its illegal war of aggression, the people of Iceland have stood united in full solidarity with the people of Ukraine. We will continue to do so for as long as it takes. We also continue to admire the moral courage and strength of the Ukrainian nation. You set an example to us all in your brave fight for our shared democratic values. We are a small nation. We have no military and know little about military affairs. Still, we are doing our best to provide humanitarian and economic support. The most recent example being a fully functional field hospital soon to be delivered. Ukrainians seeking refuge here in Iceland are granted immediate asylum and are welcomed in our community. Iceland has also worked closely with Ukraine to establish a registry of damages to ensure accountability for Russia's crime of aggression. Iceland plans to increase its presence in Kyiv and thus continue to strengthen our relationship with Ukraine. We are able to do this thanks to solid cooperation with our good friends in Lithuania, who have generously offered Iceland access to diplomatic facilities in Kyiv. This is just one small example of the value of friendly alliances between like-minded countries. Dear colleagues, now more than ever, we need to stand together to demonstrate the strength of our shared democratic values. To that end, we must remain united in our of Russia's blatant violations of international law and human rights. Iceland continues to stand with Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next address will be by Her Excellency Ms. Salome Zurabishvili, President of Georgia.
Mr. President, dear Volodymyr, dear Ukrainian friends, it is an honor for me to once again join you on this crucial day to reiterate in the name of Georgia and of the Georgian people the assurance of our full support and solidarity. This summit once again convenes in the backdrop of Ukraine's now 18 months long resistance against the latest example of Russian military aggression. This war is but the continuation of Russia's unwavering attempts to divide, occupy, conquer, threaten her neighbors, and is in line with the historical modus operandi of imperial powers, and of what should have been outlawed in today's Europe and has tragically re-emerged. And against this barbarian anachronism, Ukraine is fighting not only for its independence and sovereignty, but for the entire Europe's freedom and security. This war has once again demonstrated the global importance of the region, solidified the argument that the Black Sea is definitely an indivisible part of European stability and security, a sea that cannot be left to the control of a power that is ready for its own militaristic ambitions to challenge maritime security and free transit and to disrupt global food deliveries. The war is showing once again that the stability and security of Europe is unattainable without extending to the entire continent, from Lisbon to Tbilisi. It also demonstrates that the occupation of all territories is an absolute prerequisite to peace and stability. To ensure that Russia renounces imperial ambitions and thus the only stable foundation for a new and sound European security architecture. As Ukraine faces a conflict that is of a scale not seen on the continent since World War II, Europe will continue to demonstrate its unwavering support and unity around Ukraine, as it has done so since February 2022. This unity and resolve is crucial for Ukraine's victory. It is no less crucial for the future security of Georgia and Moldova. Confronted to a new wave of pressures, threats, and multifold provocations tantamount to a hybrid war, our people have demonstrated their clear resolve to further solidify our country's European integration path and to be faithful to their one and only perspective. Thus, it is my conviction that Georgia should, and my hope that Georgia will, receive the candidate status and rejoin Ukraine and Moldova on our common accelerated path towards European integration. Russia should not be led to believe that it can counterbalance its losses in Ukraine by face-saving gains elsewhere. Dear President Zelensky, I want to reiterate my conviction that through the perseverance of your people, Ukraine has already, to a great extent, and will fully emerge victorious from this barbaric war, regain its territories, and become a pillar of tomorrow's secure and prosperous Europe. Georgia will be with you then as it is now. Long live independent Ukraine.
Now I would like to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Justin Trudeau, the Prime Minister of Canada.
Thank you very much. It's good to see you, my friends. I wish I could join you in person. Vladimir, it's always a pleasure to engage with you. I look forward to our next conversations. Leaders of the Crimean Tatar people, partners, allies, I'm joining you from Charlottetown in the Canadian province of Prince Edward Island. A prosperous, democratic, and stable Ukraine of the future requires cooperative work to address regional security, to ensure Crimea benefits from Ukraine's recovery and reconstruction, and to address the deplorable erosion of human rights and international law in Crimea under Russian occupation. La Crimée fait partie de l'Ukraine et non de la Russie. Crimea is part of Ukraine, not Russia. 9 years ago, Russia carried out an illegal annexation of Crimea through deception and force. This blatant violation of Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity marked the beginning of Putin's attempt to deny Ukraine its independence. Today, Crimea continues to be used as an army camp from which Russia threatens not only the rest of Ukraine, but the broader Black Sea region. The peace, stability, and prosperity that much of the world has known for more than 75 years has ended because of Putin's brutal choice. A large number of Crimeans have left due to intimidation and oppression, including arbitrary arrests, enforced disappearances, and torture. Russia also continues an aggressive campaign that aims to erase Crimea's cultural heritage. For example, Russia is inflicting irreversible and deliberate damage to the site of the Khan's palace. This is the dark reality of Putin's occupation. Putin is trying to rewrite the history of Crimea and of Crimean Tatars. Le président Poutine a sous-estimé le courage extraordinaire du peuple ukrainien. I saw your courage and resilience with my own eyes when I visited Kyiv just last June. Canada remains steadfast in our solidarity with all of Ukraine. Since Russia's full-scale invasion in 2022, Canada has been there to help with over $8.9 billion in multifaceted support, and we will continue to pursue justice and accountability. Aujourd'hui, le Canada annonce des sanctions de plus à 4 personnes et 29 entités du secteur industriel militaire, financier et nucléaire de la Russie. Today, Canada is announcing further sanctions on 4 individuals and 29 entities from Russia's military, industrial, financial, and nuclear sectors. These measures are designed to pressure Russia to exit all of Ukraine, including Crimea. Canada will continue to stand with Ukraine for as long as it takes. Thank you, my friends. Slava Ukraini.
The next speaker on our list is His Excellency Prime Minister of Japan, Kishida Fumio.
I am Kishida Fumio, Prime Minister of Japan. Let me express my sincere respect for the unwavering leadership of President Zelensky. Amid the difficulties of continuing Russia's aggression, and reiterate our solidarity with people of Ukraine. I visited Kyiv and Bucha in March of this year and witnessed firsthand the tragedy on the ground. It reinforced my conviction that Russia's aggression against Ukraine is an outrageous act that undermines the foundations of the international order. Japan has consistently supported Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity, including Crimea. Japan will continue to work closely with the international community, including the G7, and impose strict sanctions against Russia while providing robust support for Ukraine. I, as the G7 chair, hosted the G7 Hiroshima summit meeting in May of this year. At the meeting, with the participation of President Zelensky, together with the G7 and invited countries, we shared the view that any unilateral attempt to change the status quo by force is unacceptable anywhere in the world, and that it is important to uphold the free and open international order based on the rule of law. Furthermore, we sent the message from the world with historical significance from Hiroshima that the G7 will never accept Russia's nuclear threats, let alone its use for nuclear weapons. Japan will steadily implement its various assistance amounting to $7.6 billion based on the needs on the ground in Ukraine. Japan will make use of its experience and knowledge accumulated in the field of post-war reconstruction and disaster recovery to implement seamlessly Japanese-style fine-tuned assistance. Japan will stand with the people of Ukraine to restore peace on the beautiful land of Ukraine.
I would like now to give the floor to President of the Republic of North Macedonia, Mr. Stevo Pendarovski.
My friend, thank you. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in the last 18 months, the world has been confronted with appalling instances of war crimes, human rights abuses, torture, and extrajudicial punishments executed by the Russian military and paramilitary forces. Today, as we reaffirm our position on the non-recognition of the illegitimate annexation of the Crimean peninsula and other parts of Ukraine, I would like to draw attention to the deteriorating state of human rights in Crimea. This state of affairs must not be allowed to persist unchecked, because it undermines the very fabric of the local political community. The world has to address these crimes with a sense of utmost urgency and collective action. Each case of abuse and violation must be subjected to thorough investigation, and those responsible must be held accountable for their actions. Upholding the principles of justice is not only essential for the victims and their families, but it is a critical step towards reconciliation once the preconditions for that stage are met. Reconciliation is not possible without justice. And in this context, the lessons from the wars in former Yugoslavia serve as a valuable reminder. The establishment of the International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia was a crucial step toward learning that lesson from history and laying the ground for democracy and peace for future generations. Just as the ICTY played a pivotal role in delivering justice and holding perpetrators to account, so too must we today uphold robust mechanisms that ensure the organizers and abusers of human rights in the occupied territories of Ukraine are brought to justice. That is why the Macedonian chairpersonship with the OSCE this year has placed the highest priority on addressing the issue of the deteriorating human rights situation in the whole of Ukraine. We have committed ourselves to leveraging our diplomatic and cooperative mechanisms to actively engage with all stakeholders in addressing the alarming human rights abuses not only in Crimea, but in Ukraine as a whole. Even as our chairmanship draws to a close at the end of this year, our dedication to this cause will be permanent, as we will pursue along the same path together with our allies and like-minded nations. Let me stress that at the end of the war and the restoration of the territorial integrity of Ukraine shouldn't be a distant dream, but a tangible goal that requires our unwavering dedication and collective commitment. The decisions we make and the actions we take today, coupled with all the support we provide continuously for Ukraine, can shape the trajectory of the nation and its people for generations to come. Even more, our collective efforts shall contribute to the maintenance of lasting peace and stability across the European continent. In conclusion, allow me to pay tribute to all the fallen Ukrainian heroes, and at the same time to pay respect to each of you for your firm dedication to this noble cause, defending a sovereign nation, a member of the United Nations. I thank you for your attention.
And now we will go to South America, and I'm pleased to welcome President of the Republic of Guatemala, His Excellency, Dr. Alejandro Giammattei.
Dear friends, once again I address you on behalf of the people and government of Guatemala on the occasion of the celebration of this third summit of Crimea platform. I want to begin with a reflection on what we have achieved together nearly 2 years after the first meeting of this important and valuable space for dialogue and consensus. Despite the constant Russian Federation violation of international law in Crimea and other regions of Ukraine, raising our voices against the war and for peace has significantly stopped the progress of these illegal actions. We have proven that more of us seek peace and security that will lead us to a sustainable and comprehensive development for all. There is still a lot to do. For this reason, Guatemala reiterates its indisputable support for Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity, which are recognized and supported by international law. We strongly condemn any action that undermines regional and international stability and violates the fundamental principles of the Charter of the United Nations, officialized in 1945 precisely to prevent another war from devastating humanity. Dear friends, through this valuable platform for dialogue, Guatemala calls on the international community to intensify its efforts to seek a peaceful and lasting solution in this friendly and fraternal country, Ukraine. We call upon the use of dialogue, negotiation and mutual respect as a path to achieve a peace and stability. We are hopeful that peace will come to the people of Ukraine. This should be in our hearts and we must make it happen. The international institutions that monitor and verify situation in Crimea and the rest of the Ukrainian territory affected by the illegal actions of the Russian Federation must ensure the fulfillment of the agreements reached to avoid any further conflict. We must not remain indifferent to the suffering and instability we are witnessing. We must work together to restore peace and steadiness in the region which represents the stability of the world, mainly to honor the dignity and lives of innocent people who, without choosing sides, have been the most affected and to whom the world is in debt, for their lives have been put at stake and to which we must direct our attention. For this reason, ensuring the respect of everyone's human rights in Crimea and all regions of Ukraine, regardless of ethnicity or nationality, is a duty. Guatemala is an advocate for the respect of cultural and ethnical diversity and the protection of the fundamental rights of all people without any discrimination of any kind. In the same way, we gather here today to express our rejection of the illegal annexation of Crimea. We must firmly and decisively express our rejection of any other forced and illegal action throughout the Ukrainian territory. Those integrity and sovereignty must be protected. We cannot look away while our Ukrainian brothers and sisters are being killed. We can't disregard that one country is taking another by force. And this could happen to any country if we don't stop it now. And this is not only the task for the government and people of Ukraine, who have bravely faced the direct consequences of war on the front lines. It is a task for all those nations that seek to achieve a better world, a peaceful world where the principles of international and humanitarian law are respected and fully applied to everyone, without exception. Dear Ukrainian brothers and sisters, you are not alone. Be assured that we will continue to fight for you side by side, for your homes and families, for a peaceful future. Guatemala stands with you and the free world supports you. May God bless you, may you resist and consider us, your brothers and sisters from afar, ready to keep raising our voices. In your aid, Ukrainians, but I pray to God especially to bless Ukraine, Guatemala and the free peoples of the world. Thank you very much.
We hear a right siren, but we are located in a safe premise, so we'll continue with the summit. Nothing can stop us when it comes to the liberation of Crimea. And we are returning back to Europe. I'm giving the floor to Prime Minister of the Republic of Croatia, Mr. Andrej Plenković.
Thank you very much, Minister Kuleba, President Zelensky, President of Verkhovna Rada, dear Ruslan Stefanchuk, Prime Minister Denis Šmihal, distinguished colleagues and guests. First of all, I would like to greet you from Zagreb and express my satisfaction with yesterday's very fruitful meeting that I had with President Zelensky during our stay in Athens at the informal gathering organized by Greek Prime Minister Mitsotakis. It was always a pleasure to continue our solidarity and our strong support for Ukraine, Ukrainian authorities, Ukrainian people, and Ukrainian military in fighting for freedom and for territorial integrity. When it comes to Crimea, we are of course concerned with the deterioration of the situation. We utterly condemn the policy of Russification and the artificial change of the demographic and ethnical structure of Crimea, through which ethnic Ukrainians and Crimean Tatar population could over time lose their identity, language and culture. In that respect, since 2004, Crimea has been a testing ground for massive abuses of human rights and fundamental freedoms, abuses that have subsequently become a Kremlin's playbook and later implemented on a massive scale throughout the Ukrainian territory. Therefore, Croatia condemns detentions, forced disappearances, killings, politically motivated prosecutions, deportation and destruction of civilian infrastructure among the residents of Crimea. We also strongly criticize the militarization of Crimea and illegal conscription of Crimean residents, including a number of the Crimean Tatar minority, into the Russian armed forces. And of course, we reject the so-called elections that have been announced in the temporarily occupied territories of Ukraine, as their mere purpose is to instill fear and project Putin's legitimacy where there is none. When it comes to the Russian actions in the Black Sea region, they followed the same destructive pattern. Moscow's termination of the Black Sea grain initiative, as well as the deliberate targeting of Ukrainian port infrastructure and grain storage facilities, has direct and negative global consequences. Additionally, by declaring all vessels making their way to Ukraine as potentially hostile, Russia critically endangers the security of the entire Black Sea region through disrupting freedom of navigation, maritime trade, and physically threatening commercial vessels. Attacks on the Danube River ports are unacceptable, as well as so-called inspections in the international waters. We, as Croatia, as a friend of Ukraine, will continue to support you. We have been honored to host, together with President of Verkhovna Rada, Ruslan Stefanchuk, the first parliamentary Crimean Platform Summit in Zagreb last October. We want to help you with the Ukraine solidarity lanes. This is what we discussed yesterday in Athens, and our Minister for Infrastructure and Maritime Affairs is in touch with the Ukrainian counterpart, and therefore we would like to use the Croatian Adriatic ports in order to help you to export grain. We have two particular niches where we would like to profile our assistance to Ukraine. One, due to our unfortunate experience in the demining process, and therefore we shall host the International Conference on Demining in October here in Zagreb. And second, of course, that we help you and assist you by reaching the objectives of accountability, and that means sharing our experience in the prosecution of war crimes by seconding experts, prosecutors, people with valuable and vast knowledge of prosecuting war crimes that have occurred here in Croatia during the homeland war. I just had a cabinet preparation meeting for tomorrow. We shall again take the decision to provide you military assistance worth 30 million euros, more in cooperation with your military, and that means that our support is not only declaratory and rhetorical, it is concrete, friendly, and will be consistent as long as it takes, as we have said many, many times. Crimea is Ukraine, Croatia is with Ukraine, Slava Ukraini, and thank you very, very much for this opportunity to participate for the third time at the Crimean Platform Summit. Thank you.
Now I am pleased to welcome President of the Slovak Republic, Her Excellency Mrs. Zuzana Čaputová.
Dear President Zelensky, dear Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we represent the different countries with diverse priorities and interests. But we all share the same ambition, to end Russia's illegal war of aggression on Ukraine, which is already causing enormous suffering and which has global impacts, and to seek and support a lasting and just solution, so no such aggression can repeat. Therefore, any such solution must be in line with the basic principles of the UN Charter, including full respect for Ukraine's sovereignty, territorial integrity, and internationally recognized borders. This also applies to Crimea, where the local population remains under Russia's illegal occupation since 2014. Back then, when Moscow started its war against Ukraine, the reaction from the international community was slow and timid. Some thought that with a de facto control of parts of Ukraine, Russia can be appeased. On the 24th of February 2022, the whole world could see that such assumption was wrong. Ceding parts of a country's territory to an aggressor does not bring peace. It only increases the former's appetite. We know it from our own painful history with the 1938 Munich Agreement. Slovakia has just marked the 55th anniversary of the Soviet invasion of Czechoslovakia. This occupation stole our dreams of freedom. It lasted 20 long years. We cannot allow Russia to do the same in Ukraine. Slovakia supports Ukraine so its brave men and women can defend their country. This is fully in line with the UN Charter. Dear President Zelensky, dear Volodymyr, we also support the peace formula you proposed and stand ready to contribute to all efforts that will bring just peace, especially in the area of nuclear safety, demining, restoration of justice, or addressing the environmental damage caused by the war. To conclude, Slovakia will continue to support any efforts to bring durable and just peace to all of Ukraine. Thank you.
And now I invite to the floor the President of Montenegro, Jakov Milatovic.
Dear President Zelensky, Your Excellencies, it is a privilege to address you today at the Third International Crimea Platform as we jointly stand in defense of European values and stability amid the Russian aggression on Ukraine. As the President of Montenegro, I use my constitutional rights and personal authority to propagate that Montenegro firmly stands with Ukraine and its people. Russian war against Ukraine has proven an indivisible unity of the NATO allies and partners. And we are determined to promote democratic values and principles as we are witnessing the suffering of the Ukrainian people who stand proudly and with dignity defending their own existence. Today, during some of the darkest hours since the Second World War in Europe, in terms of human atrocities, disrupted security, geopolitical and economic uncertainty, the consequences are spreading far beyond the European continent. Dear colleagues, Montenegro takes it as its responsibility to stand by those who are oppressed and those whose right to live and choose freely is threatened. We have the obligation to continue our contribution towards the prosperous and safe life for the Ukrainian people. From the very beginning of the Russian aggression on Ukraine, Montenegro was determined to support Ukraine at all levels through bilateral assistance and multilateral mechanisms. In this regard, in light of the most recent events, as we announced at the recent NATO summit in Vilnius, Montenegro adopted a decision on the additional allocation of funding for contributions to NATO's comprehensive assistance package for Ukraine. The preservation of the European security architecture and democratic values as our common goals can be achieved only through our joint efforts and measurable actions. Hence, Montenegro strongly supports the Ukrainian desire to become a full member of the Euro-Atlantic family as per the choice of its people.
It is my honor now to welcome here at the summit the leader of the Crimean Tatar people, Mr. Mustafa Dzhemilev, and give him the floor. Mustafa, будь ласка.
Saygılı Ukrayna Cumhur Reisi,
Шановний президент України, dear participants of the
işgal altında yaşayan kıymetli vatandaşlarımız. Kırım işgalinden bugüne kadar artık 9,5 yıl geçti. Rusya'nın Ukrayna'ya karşı geniş saldırısının ve Ukraynalıların düşmana karşı kendi serbestliği ve bağımsızlığı için
full-fledged intervention of Russia in the territory of Ukraine and the bloody war of a fight of Ukrainians with aggression for freedom, independence, and clearing their territory from the occupants. Due to the courage of all the Ukrainian people, its armed forces, as well as due to the huge support help of our allies, we see the prospects in the nearest future to have all of our occupied territories liberated, including, no doubt, the Crimea. The quickest liberation is very important, extremely important for the indigenous people of the Crimea, the Crimean Tatar. As for them, this is the issue of survival and further development or the full disappearance as the unique nation. Recently, there are a lot of so-called peaceful initiatives were highlighted with respect to the termination of this war. Some of them stipulate seizure of fire prior to withdrawal of Russian forces from the territory of Ukraine. And some politicians voiced out even for the suggestion that Ukraine sacrifice some of the territories, in particular the Crimea. I am absolutely sure that should it be their proper territories in question, they would never ever voice out proposals like that. And it's understandable. Ukraine and our society and our people will never approve these proposals. We consider it's a great mistake that we can expand the armed conflict and ensure long-term peace through satisfying illegal demands of terrorists and aggressors. We are inspired that the absolute majority of humanity is on the side of justice and Ukraine, and that is why we do not doubt that our lands will be liberated and those hands that stretch out to ruin the sovereignty of Ukraine will be broken. We hope that all the leading countries of Ukraine will support the peaceful plan from 10 points proposed by the President of the Ukraine that stipulates first of all, the withdrawal of Russian troops from all the occupied territories of Ukraine. That is why we do realize that one of the topics of the current Crimean platform is the issue of the future of the Crimean Peninsula. The basis of Russian policies in the Crimea from the first occupation 240 years ago was pressing out the indigenous Crimean people and settling the peninsula with the citizens of their countries, predominantly ethnic Russians. Prior to the occupation in 1214, over 40% of population of the peninsula was presented by those people that were resettled by the Soviet power after the follow-up of the deportation and genocide of the indigenous people of the Crimea in 1944. After occupation in 2014, according to various opinions, at least 1 million Russian citizens were resettled to the Crimea, and about 10% of the Crimean Tatars and 10,000 of ethnic Ukrainians were forced to leave the territory of Crimea. After collapse of the Soviet Union, independent Ukrainian state, to a certain extent, promoted the return of the Crimean Tatars. However, simultaneous in their policies had a lot of mistakes. Enumeration of these mistakes could take time, but the major thing that it was not restored, liquidated after deportation of the national and territorial autonomy of the Crimea. Prior to the return of Crimean Tatars to their homeland in 1991, a referendum in the Crimea was staged and the Crimean Soviet Socialist Republic was established. In fact, it was a Russian Republic. The full power in this republic was in the hands of Russian chauvinists and agents of Russian security services, while Crimean Tatars turned out the most discriminated people in this autonomy. All the above circumstances significantly made it easier to occupy Crimea by Russia at the turn of 2014. The policy of Ukraine with respect to Crimea and its indigenous people was drastically changed only after revolution in 2014. That means when Crimea was already occupied. Ukraine adhered to the UN Declaration on Rights of the Indigenous People and several laws and resolutions of the Verkhovna Rada that were targeted at restoration of the rights of the indigenous people. Among them, the most important is the resolution of Verkhovna Rada on guarantees of the rights of Crimean people, dated 20th March of 2014, that recognized the Kurultai Majlis and clearly established the right of the indigenous Crimean people to self-determination within Ukraine. Another important act that was adopted by Verkhovna Rada on the initiative of the President of Ukraine, Vladimir Zelensky, was the law on indigenous people of Ukraine, dated the 1st of July 2021. It opened the way to amendments, the respective amendments to the Constitution of Ukraine as to the status of the Crimea. We also are grateful to the international organizations. Now, in particular, the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, the Parliament of EU, and other international units for their numerous resolutions with recommendation and support of Ukraine targeted at restoration of the rights of the indigenous people in Crimea. Special appreciation of the indigenous people in the occupied Crimea goes to the resolution of European Parliament dated the 11th of February 2021 that says that European Parliament calls on Ukraine to adopt the laws on the indigenous people of Ukraine, on the status of the indigenous Crimean Tatar people, and on amending its constitution to recognize the national territorial autonomy of the Crimean Tatar people within Ukraine, and particularly Crimea, which stems from the inalienable rights of the indigenous Crimean people of self-determination. Adoption of the laws, resolutions of the European Parliament, as well implementation of the provisions earlier this morning adopted the resolution of the Verkhovna Rada on the priorities of the government policies on the issues of the occupation, reintegration, and recovery of the Crimea will allow to change the situation in Crimea and turned it from unsinkable aircraft carrier, as they call it, called by the occupants, into investment-wise attractive cultural and tourist regions of Ukraine.
Before we proceed, I would like to bring to your attention a video with our main message that we must return security to the Azov Black Sea region. Please look at the screen.
This was our Crimea, where our children felt safe. We were happy, but they came. Russia has been threatening the sea routes across the Azov and Black Seas, which is worsened by the ongoing blockade of the Ukrainian ports that endangers world food security. Conflicts in the Middle East, different views over the Chinese role and lack of NATO's common approach in developing a comprehensive regional strategy all have to be addressed while building the security architecture of the Black Sea region.
I believe the West had no consistent Black Sea strategy, while Russia has always had one: aggressive, revanchist and barbaric.
Ukraine's vision of the Black Sea region consists of several dimensions, of which security is the main one. A comprehensive strategy towards Black Sea security should include a permanent presence along NATO's eastern flank, rotational presence of warships and military aircraft of non-Black Sea countries. The European Union maritime security strategy should be updated according to the deteriorated security environment in the region. NATO should set up a joint multinational headquarters for the region, while NATO and Ukraine should restore Ukraine's permanent presence at the Allied Maritime Command in Northwood, UK. A joint naval platform in the Black Sea should be established for regular patrols to promote the freedom of navigation and protect sea lines of communications.
Має бути створено як мінімум 2 постійних військово-морських групи. Одна з груп має займатися мінною небезпекою. Друга група – це має бути група корветів, патрульних кораблів, які демонструють свою присутність в Чорному морі і які супроводжують ті ж самі судна, які йдуть за українським зерном або з українським зерном з портів Одеської області.
Joint situational awareness centers should be established to connect Black Sea, Baltic Sea and Mediterranean into a single network.
It's time to turn Black Sea into what the Baltic Sea has become, a sea of NATO. This war has proven that the security of the region is indivisible. A threat to one is a threat to all.
Defense industry's capabilities should be boosted. The US should consider including Ukraine in its European Deterrence Initiative. A legal framework for NATO forces' access to partner countries is to be created. While a plan to counter Russia's abuse of the freedom of navigation should be drafted, the stakeholders should consider imposing sanctions against Russian ports on the Black Sea and the Sea of Azov.
Платити Росії за ті товари, які імпортуються до цивілізованого світу, це означає фінансувати ті самі ракети, які летять по українцям.
The US, EU and certain G20 countries should bolster economic ties with Black Sea nations, increase foreign direct investments and launch energy and infrastructure projects to reduce region's dependence on Russia. Development of the democratic institutions to prevent corruption and accelerate accession towards EU and NATO is a crucial priority for the regional states, which should be supported by the international actors accordingly. The Black Sea states and their partners can do much more even under the circumstance of ongoing Russia's war of aggression. The additional initiatives should be elaborated to be launched right after the deoccupation of Crimea.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for watching. This concludes our panel with the participation of the President of Ukraine and heads of government and state and government. We thank you for taking part in the summit. And before we proceed, I ask the rest of the room to stay seated while leaders will proceed with their programs. Thank you once again.
It was our Crimea, happy people's heaven. Crimea, which was stolen from us. the International Crimea Platform. It was in 2021, 7 years since the temporary occupation of Ukrainian Crimea by Russia started, when Ukraine, together with international partners, established a new coordination and advisory initiative as an element of its strategic vision of deoccupation of Crimea.
Відсьогодні ми фактично розпочинаємо зворотній.
From today we start the countdown to the liberation of our land, the Ukrainian peninsula. And it's quite possible that August 23, 2021 will go down in history as the beginning of the deoccupation of the Autonomous Republic of Crimea.
The platform was officially launched at its inaugural summit in Kiev on August the 23rd, 2021.
The participants approved a declaration that established the platform and its key goal to restore Ukraine's territorial integrity in full compliance with international law, to enforce the domestic work of the Crimea platform, the office of the Crimea platform, and the interfractional group in the Verkhovna Rada were created and established.
Since its establishment, the platform has grown in terms of numerical strength and geographical diversity. And on August the 23rd, 2022, the second summit of the platform gathered representatives from over 60 foreign countries and international organizations. Soon after, on October the 25th, the first parliamentary summit of the International Crimea Platform was held in Zagreb, Croatia.
It's very important that everything decided at the summits receives support of parliaments, legislators and societies in their respective countries, and therefore holding the first parliamentary summit was of exceptional importance.
To reinforce international attention to the issues of the Black Sea security, the first Black Sea Security Conference was held within the International Crimea Platform framework on April the 12th, 13th, 2023 in Bucharest, Romania. Around 250 politicians, diplomats and experts from over 50 countries and international organizations met to discuss the Black Sea security architecture. An essential component of the International Crimea Platform is its expert network.
During 2 years of the platform's activity, the network organized a series of events that brought together Ukrainian and foreign experts from think tanks and NGOs all over the world.
The deoccupation, reintegration of Crimea and the establishment of new security architecture is the only possible way to restore peace, security and stability across the European continent.
We are united by UN Charter principles and the shared conviction that Crimea is Ukraine and it will return under Ukraine's control.
Only through joint efforts can we restore the international order and hold Russia accountable. And the International Crimea Platform is determined to do this.
This Russia's war against Ukraine and against an entire free Europe was unleashed in Crimea and must end in Crimea with its liberation.
Please take your seats. In a minute, we'll go on. We go on in a minute.
And we continue. Now I give the floor to His Excellency Ruslan Stefanchuk, Chairman of the Верховна Рада of Ukraine. Пане Руслан, будь ласка.
Дякую. Вельмишановні пані міністри,
Dear ministers, Your Excellencies, the members of the Parliament, the MPs of Ukraine, Your Excellencies, and participants of the summit. It's the third year in a row Kyiv is staging the international summit of the platform expanding its geography. As to the discussion of initiative to set up the Crimea prior to the setting up the platform, we are realizing the fact that interaction at the level of the parliament can reinforce this summit. This first establishing summit in the August 21 was promoting our first steps. I am glad that the initiative of the Верховна Рада of Ukraine found support among the parliaments of Europe, and in Zagreb we set up the first parliamentary summit of the Crimean platform. And this year we'll be setting the second Parliament summit in Czechia. And I am grateful to the Chamber of Deputies and the head of the Parliament of Czechia. And I'm sure that for this October summit in Czechia, this Parliament segment should be deeply involved to form the strong alliance of the democratic countries. I would like to advise as well that today that we staged Crimean Day in the Parliament. We voted a lot of the laws and resolutions that support Crimean platform, the legal support of those initiatives that we are discussing today. Dear participants, similarly to the year ago as well as today, our summit is staged under special conditions of the full-fledged aggression against Ukraine. But our joint target is termination of the war. I hope that by joint efforts we'll be able to stop any aggression that will prove that it will add to the collapse of the aggressor. And we are here and we should look at the broader context, in the context of Europe and in a reliable architecture of security for the globe. Today, we actually have multiple versions of what is security. These challenges and threats demand not only timely response, but also changes in approaches to the architecture of security. I would like to mention several elements of this architecture of security. The first and the most important, the full renewal, restoration of territorial integrity in the borders of 91, and the armed forces are doing the most to actually bring this goal into reality. And we hope for support in every level because to prevent long-term war. Second, those who committed crimes in the territory of Ukraine should be punished, and the law enforcement bodies of Ukraine registered over 103,000 of war crimes and over 119 objects of infrastructure were either damaged or destroyed. That is why we initiated setting up the special tribunal that found support already in the resolutions of the European Parliament, the Parliament Assembly of the Europe, in the national parliaments, among the parliaments of the Baltic countries and Central Europe. It's the third force with the threat of a nuclear threat is unacceptable. That's why we need to stipulate the preventive algorithm to neutralize these threats. Transformation of security environments will help to support the sustainable development of the country and security. And the fifth, the investment in the strengthening of the architecture of security is actually Ukraine's membership in NATO. Aggressor understands exclusively the language of force and full isolation, and no doubt that this pressure of sanctions should be reinforced, and the mechanism of avoiding sanctions should be established. If we implement the formula piece of President Zelensky announced in November at the G20 summit, this simple plan from 10 points is a response shows not only the way to stop this war, but only is the key for establishing the new order in Europe. I hope that you agree with me that aggressor that violated the UN Charter and takes the seat in the Security Council and abuses the right, regardless the fact of conflict of interest. This is in contrast with the principle setting up of this international organization, its permanent body, and I believe that we should start how to remove these gaps. Dear friends, we may remember that together we are mutually responsible for the future of the world. That's why I call that we do not postpone our strategically important decision, because it's today that we make the strong foundation for the future of our states and peoples. Dear friends, today we celebrate the Ukrainian banner. The Ukrainian banner that is saturated with sweat and blood of our defenders, men and women. It has the traces of bullets. This is the banner that covers the coffins of our best daughters and sons that gave their life for the future of Ukraine. This banner we are presenting to our dearest guests and Ukrainian banner. It's the first one that is hoisted at those territories that are liberated. That is why I have a big dream that the fourth Kremlin platform might be staged under this banner in the liberated Crimea. And I believe that we can do that, because only together we can implement this dream. Thank you for your attention, and glory to Ukraine.
Thank you so much, dear Speaker. And now I give a floor.
His Excellency, Mr. D. Maxwell Saa-Kimaya. Kimaya, please, the floor is yours.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please proceed.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. His Excellency, Mr. Volodymyr Zelensky, President of Ukraine. His Excellency, my dear brother and friend, Mr. Dmytro Kuleba, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to participate in the third summit of the International Crimea Platform on behalf of the government and people of the Republic of Liberia, in solidarity with the brave, proud, and resilient people of Ukraine. Liberia reaffirms full commitment to the objective of the International Crimean Platform, being assured that the sustained pressure, properly coordinated and applied on the Russian Federation, will achieve the desired objective of not only ending Russia's naked and unprovoked aggression in Ukraine, but holding the Russian Federation accountable to the fullest for the atrocities and unwarranted acts against humanity it has perpetrated and continues to perpetrate in Ukraine. Today marks, from my understanding, exactly 546 days since Russia's unprovoked invasion of Ukraine against courts of powerful international condemnation. It has been a long, bloody, brutal, and devastating movement for the peace-loving, resilient, and illustrious people of Ukraine since their peace, security, democracy, development, livelihood, and happiness were unprovokingly, unjustifiably, and viciously disrupted by the Russian Federation. Indeed, it has also been an equally disruptive period for the world, as the social, economic, and political orders have been and continue to be adversely affected as a consequence of Russia's unprovoked and never ever justifiable aggression of Ukraine. Although it is clear that Russia has failed to achieve its targeted objective for unprovokingly invading Ukraine, and we must be clear and stress, Russia will never ever achieve such objective. It has refused to listen to the voices of reason and wisdom. All Russia has achieved in Ukraine is the commission of heinous crimes against humanity by the indiscriminate use of lethal weapons aimed mostly at non-military targets such as residential homes, schools, hospitals, entertainment centers, supermarkets, food storage depots, train stations, and dams. As if all of this carnage in Ukraine by the Russian Federation is not enough, Russia continues to intimidate the world with the threat of resorting to the use of nuclear weapons. This is unacceptable and must be discouraged by all peace-loving nations. Russia has ignored every rule of Pacific settlement by avoiding diplomatic initiatives to resolve the crisis. Russia's conscious termination and withdrawal on July 17, 2023 from the Black Sea Initiative aimed at ensuring safe transportation and export of grains and other agricultural products from Ukrainian ports to the vast majority of the world is a classic attempt to use food as a weapon of war. The withdrawal of Russia from the Black Sea Grain Initiative is not only a deliberate affront to the survival of humanity, but is unjustifiable in all manner and form. This unwholesome act of Russia is a major threat to the global food supply chain and continues to have worldwide negative political and socio-economic consequences. In the premise, Liberia supports and joins calls of the United Nations Secretary General, Pope Francis, and other world leaders on the Russian Federation to rejoin the Black Sea Grain Initiative. In Africa, especially in the Sahel region, Russian missionaries and terrorist expert Wagner Group is wreaking havoc by terrorizing and destabilizing constitutional orders in countries one after the other. The same Wagner Group, which was unleashed in Ukraine, where its mission failed and is now exiled, is leading a campaign of mayhem and anarchy in Africa, especially West Africa. We categorically condemn this latest instrument of death, dispatched and supported by Russia, and we call on the international community to ensure an urgent end to this unwarranted campaign of Wagner Group. Liberia reaffirms its condemnation in the strongest term of the invasion and subsequent annexation of the Crimean peninsula from Ukraine by the Russian Federation. Liberia further renews its unreserved condemnation of Russia's attempt to annex 4 additional areas of Ukraine as unilaterally declared by Russia on September 30th, 2022. Liberia hereby unequivocally reiterates its unwavering support for the 10-point peace plan of His Excellency President Volodymyr Zelensky of Ukraine and the government and people of Ukraine for the restoration of peace, democracy, and constitutional order to Ukraine, which the people of Ukraine urgently deserve. Liberia also again expresses its unflinching support for concerted efforts by the United Nations and the international community geared towards the restoration of lasting peace, democracy, and constitutional order in Ukraine. Finally, as a country funded for the unfettered exercise of liberty and freedom, Liberia stands opposed to any scheme or attempt to conquer and subjugate other nation states to the whims of others. Finally, as a country funded for the unfettered exercise of liberty and freedom, Liberia stands opposed to any scheme or attempt to conquer and subjugate other nation states to the whims of others. Indeed, the era of might makes right is gone and over. Russia's unprovoked aggression has to be stopped. Russia's bluff has to be called. Russia has to be held accountable to the fullest for committing war crimes and crimes against humanity in Ukraine. Russia has to face the collective wrath of the free and peace-loving world. Liberia will continue to stand in solidarity with the courageous, resilient, peace-loving, friendly, and industrious people of Ukraine. Long live Ukraine and its people. Long live Liberia and its people. Long live the peace-loving free world and friends of democracy. Long live democracy itself, and absolute zero tolerance to dictatorship and to any attempts to conquer by might. I thank you.
Thank you, Minister. And now I'm pleased to pass the floor to Her Excellency Kajsa Ollongren, the Minister of Defense of the Kingdom of the Netherlands. Please.
Thank you, Dmitro. Distinguished participants, dear friends, it is a particular honor for me to attend this third Crimea platform in person during my third visit to Ukraine in 1 year's time. And as before, I stand in awe of the destruction and devastation that has befallen Ukraine, but also, and even perhaps more, inspired by the Ukrainian response and steadfast resolve in the face of Russian aggression. And today's discussion highlights some of the most pressing issues facing Ukraine. As has been the case since the very beginning of this conflict, these are issues with a global impact, and they affect all the nations represented here today. On behalf of the Dutch government, I would like to reiterate our stance on the crucial importance of restoring the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine. In fact, I can be brief, the illegal occupation of Ukrainian territories is unacceptable. And this is the Crimea platform. Crimea has been under illegal Russian occupation since March 2014. Many of Crimea's inhabitants have fled to other parts of the country so that they may live in freedom, leaving their homes, their friends, family members, and leaving their roots behind. For those who remain, life is becoming more and more complicated with reports of human rights violations and the dangers related to wartime activities on the Crimean Peninsula. I would like to focus briefly on the maritime dimension. The Netherlands is a maritime nation, and historically we've been at the forefront of maritime law and care deeply about the freedom of navigation in international waters. The Black Sea has become, because of the ongoing Russian aggression, a dangerous place. The ongoing strikes that also take place in international waters and their actions against international shipping and the grain infrastructure are threatening the world's food supply. And besides this, sea mines are a constant threat to Ukraine, but they are also ending up in the waters of other states. And because of this, we will presently start with the training of 2 Ukrainian crews for mine-hunting vessels of the Alkmaar class, a donation that I announced during my last visit to Odessa. And they will help Ukraine clear the Black Sea and counter the undersea threats against international shipping. Because international shipping is crucial in this part of the world, particularly with a view to the increased weaponization of food. Using food as a weapon is unacceptable and highly destabilizing for some of the world's most vulnerable people in volatile regions. The Dutch government strongly condemns this development and will continue to do so. Condemnation is a powerful tool, but only if it's linked to accountability. It's absolutely crucial that those responsible are held to account. And the Netherlands therefore uses every opportunity to underline the restoration of human rights, international law and democracy to the people of Crimea and to all Ukrainians at large. Indeed, the importance of this extends to all of us, globally, as mentioned in my introduction. In closing, tomorrow is Ukraine's Independence Day, and it will be your second under these terrible wartime conditions since the large-scale invasion. I remain hopeful and also convinced that Ukraine will be able to celebrate its freedom and its independence under peaceful conditions in the future. And it's up to all of us to make sure that we do our utmost to make this possible. We're committed to the G7 statement regarding the future of Ukraine's security that was made at the Vilnius summit. We are and will remain firmly committed to Ukraine's futures, freedom, security and prosperity. And rest assured that the Netherlands will support Ukraine and its just cause with whatever it takes, as long as it takes. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you, Madam Minister. And now I give the floor to President of the Republic of Costa Rica, His Excellency Rodrigo Chavez Robles.
Dear Excellencies, dear colleagues, on behalf of the government and people of Costa Rica, we would like to express our gratitude to the organizers and participants in this very important meeting of the Third International Crimea Platform. I cannot be there. I have previous commitments that made me impossible to join you in this important event. We would like to reiterate the firm commitment of my government to continue working with you through this platform in order to defend Ukraine's independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity within these international recognized borders. Costa Rica supports diplomatic efforts to restore Ukraine's territorial integrity. Therefore, we are committed to the policy of non-recognition of the illegal annexation of Crimea and the Donbas region. We call for justice and accountability for the grave violations of human rights, attacks against civilians and civilian infrastructure, filtration operations, and forced deportation, among other crimes that have been committed. Perpetrators should be held accountable for the crimes committed in Ukraine. Costa Rica will support Ukraine's efforts to restore its territorial integrity. I would like to finish by expressing Costa Rica's endless admiration for the resilience and courage demonstrated by the Ukrainian people. Your will, your commitment to uphold freedom, independence, and international law resonates with the core values of the Costa Rican people. We strongly defend the core principles of the United Nations Charter. It's our moral duty and obligation to uphold international law and justice. Thank you very much. May God bless you all.
And now I would like to give the floor to a true friend of Ukraine, His Excellency Mr. Antony Blinken, the United States Secretary of State.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, President Zelensky, for convening us for the third Crimea Platform Summit. We meet at the 18-month mark of Russia's brutal, full-scale war against Ukraine. For 18 months, the Ukrainian people have endured a constant assault against their lives and their country's future. They've seen their homes, their schools, their houses of worship destroyed. They suffered atrocities, horrific human loss. And over those same 18 months, the Ukrainian people have demonstrated extraordinary resilience and resolve. Governments and people around the world, the United States proudly among them, have rallied to Ukraine's side in defense of the principles at the heart of the United Nations Charter: sovereignty, independence, territorial integrity. Russia's aggression against Ukraine began when President Putin invaded Crimea and tried to redraw Ukraine's borders by force in 2014. Russia militarized the peninsula, seized the parliament, orchestrated a sham referendum, the blueprint for its attempted annexations in eastern and southern Ukraine last year. And since then, the Kremlin has subjected Crimeans to a campaign of brutalization and repression. It has detained, tortured, and disappeared journalists, activists, religious and political leaders. It's destroyed independent media outlets, wielded pro-Russia propaganda to turn neighbor against neighbor, and attempted to militarize Ukrainian children at Crimean so-called summer camps. Moscow continues to target Crimean Tatars, raiding mosques and homes, criminalizing peaceful groups, detaining civic activists in Russian prison colonies, conscripting young and old to fight their own homeland. Crimea is Ukraine. We will not recognize Russia's illegal attempted annexation. The international community will continue to work through the Crimea platform to support the restoration of Ukrainian control over all its territory, including Crimea, to shine a spotlight on Russia's abuses in Crimea, to address the security risks and economic harm caused by Russia's invasion and occupation, to call for the release of all political prisoners held by Russia. That includes Crimean Tatar Deputy Mejlis head Nariman Jalal, sentenced to 17 years of hard labor after participating in the inaugural summit of the Crimea platform. And we, together with countries around the world, will continue to work to bring about a just and lasting peace, one that upholds the principles at the heart of the UN Charter. Tomorrow is also, of course, Ukraine's Independence Day, a day of strength, of pride. 32 years ago, the Rada declared, and Ukrainians in every region affirmed, and I quote, "The territory of Ukraine is indivisible and inviolable." That's the principle that brings us together today. And that's what we'll keep defending together. Thank you. Slava Ukraini.
And from the United States of America back to Europe, I'm delighted to welcome Her Excellency Imma Thor-Faus, the Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Principality of Andorra. Madam Minister, can you please unmute your microphone? I'm sorry. Yes. Thank you very much. We are all ears.
Dear Chairman, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the government of Andorra, allow me to express our gratitude to President Zelensky and to the organizers of this gathering for inviting our head of government, Mr. Javier Espot, to participate in the third summit of the International Crimea Platform. It is an honor for me as Minister of Foreign Affairs to represent him in this important event. The Principality of Andorra condemns the Russia's illegal annexation of the Autonomous Republic of Crimea and the continued Russia's aggression against Ukraine, which causes daily death and destruction and remains a serious threat to security and stability in Europe. Since the last summit in Kiev in August 2022, the situation in Ukraine has worsened dramatically, and we are deeply concerned about the human rights violations in the Crimean Peninsula and in Ukraine. Andorra decided to join the International Crimea platform last year as a sign of its strong commitment towards the respect for the independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its international recognized borders. We firmly believe that international law and the rules-based international order are the foundations of multilateralism and the basis for trust, cooperation, and dialogue among states. On behalf of the people of Andorra, in those hard times, let me express our full solidarity with the people and the government of Ukraine. Since Russia's invasion of Ukraine, Andorra, a country with only 83,000 inhabitants, has granted almost 300 temporary residence permits with access to education and the labor market to Ukrainian refugees, and continues providing social and income support to most vulnerable ones. On the other hand, the government of Andorra continues aligning itself with the European Union policy, especially on financial sanctions against Russia and Belarus. Ladies and gentlemen, diplomatic dialogue must prevail. It is our common responsibility to put an end to the suffering of the Ukrainian population and to work together for a sustainable peace, security, development, and well-being in the European continent. We hope that this summit and our joint statement will make it possible to move forward in this direction. Thank you for your attention.
I am pleased to welcome the next speaker, Her Excellency Giorgia Meloni, the President of the Council of Ministers of the Italian Republic.
Dear President Zelensky, dear colleagues, Russia's annexation of Crimea in 2014 was a clear violation of international law and an attempt to implement Russia's aggressive intentions towards the whole of Ukraine. Since then, Moscow has imposed its authoritarian model, violating the rights of the population of the peninsula, primarily the Crimean Tatars. In 2014, the extent of what was happening was not fully understood in the West, and we hope that Moscow's imperialist impulse could stop there. We were wrong, and we must acknowledge that. Dear Volodymyr, today we stand by your side without hesitation, and we are here today to strongly reiterate that Russia must end its occupation policy and withdraw its troops. We will never tire of working to end the war and achieve a just and lasting peace. Similarly, we are determined to assist you in the recovery of your country, including holding Ukraine Recovery Conference in Italy in 2025 that will help create opportunities for the Ukrainian people and will contribute to our socio-economic revival. Ukraine's future is a future of peace, freedom and well-being. It is the future of territorially integral Ukraine in the common European home. Since your heroic resistance is our battle for democracy, your freedom is freedom for the whole of Europe. Thank you all, and all the best for your work.
And from Italy we go north, and it's my pleasure to give the floor to His Excellency Alexander Schallenberg, the Federal Minister for European and Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Austria.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, tomorrow we will mark 18 months since Russia has broken peace on our continent with its brutal invasion of Ukraine, a sovereign and independent neighbor. Since then, this war of aggression has been causing unimaginable destruction and despair. But we will not let Russia get away with this crime. Austria is at the forefront of pushing for the establishment of a special tribunal. Let me be clear, Russia's invasion of Ukraine on the 24th of February 2022 was not its first breach of international law. The roots of this evil reach back to the legal annexation of Crimea and the city of Sevastopol. But its intentions remain the same, to redraw international borders in blatant violation of the UN Charter. For 546 days, the citizens of Ukraine have bravely resisted Russia's brutality. They have defied Moscow's belief that might makes right. For that, they deserve not only our respect, but our continued support. We will not waver in our commitment to an independent, free and prosperous Ukraine, nor will we forget about Crimea and the city of Sevastopol. Austria will continue to keep up pressure against the grave violations of human rights, in particular against Crimean Tatars, the ongoing militarization of Crimea and its impact on the stability and the security of the Black Sea region, including on food exports. Russia's weaponization of hunger must stop, because, despite Russia's aggression, the fact remains: Crimea is Ukraine. Thank you.
And we go further north and deeper into German-speaking world. So now I'm happy to announce our next speaker, Her Excellency Annalena Baerbock, the Federal Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Federal Republic of Germany.
President Zelensky, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. 16 months ago, Irina Danilovich was arrested by security agents in Russian-occupied Crimea. Irina had been reporting from Crimea about the realities of life under Russian occupation for NGOs and media outlets across Ukraine. After months in pre-trial detention, a court in Russian-occupied Feodosia sentenced Irina to 7 years in prison, in a trial that was neither free nor fair. She has been under arrest ever since. Irina and her family say that she is suffering from hearing loss and severe pain due to her detention, and that prison authorities are denying her the medical assistance she needs. Irina Danilovich's story is one of many. Ever since occupying and annexing Crimea in 2014, Russia has been repressing the rights and freedoms of the children, women and men who live there. And when Russia began its full-scale invasion of Ukraine last year, that repression only intensified. Russian occupation authorities have been imprisoning activists and journalists like Irina for writing reports, for distributing leaflets, for criticizing Russia's invasion on social media. And Russia has stepped up its Russification campaign. Across Crimea, occupation authorities have banned the Ukrainian and Tatar languages from schools. School children are forced to sing the Russian national anthem. They are being taught that Ukraine is an enemy country. And we have seen disturbing reports about schools organizing rifle assembly competitions and providing hand-to-hand combat training for boys and girls in classrooms. Such Russian actions are targeting Tatars in particular, as the Council of Europe's Commissioner for Human Rights has pointed out. Over the past year, occupation authorities have arrested leading representatives of the Tatar community, and they have forcefully conscripted Tatars into the Russian military to fight against their Ukrainian brothers and sisters. These forced mobilizations go hand in hand with Russia turning Crimea into a launch pad for its brutal war. Day and night, Russian missiles and drones are being launched from Crimea, targeting ports, roads, and churches in other parts of Ukraine. Key supply lines for Russia's invasion force are running through Crimea. And since Russia withdrew from the Black Sea Grain Initiative, it is using its planes and warships based in Crimea to block Ukrainian grain exports. That is why, as a German foreign minister, I'm saying loud and clear, Russia's illegal annexations in Ukraine are null and void. They are a direct assault on the United Nations Charter and on international law that we will never accept and that will not go unpunished. Luhansk is Ukraine, Donetsk is Ukraine, Zaporizhzhia is Ukraine, Kherson is Ukraine, and Crimea is Ukraine. From the moment Russia began its ruthless war last year, Germany has been standing shoulder to shoulder with Ukraine as it fights against Russia's assault and for its territorial integrity. Since the beginning of Russia's war, Germany has provided more than 22 billion euro in bilateral support for everything from tanks and generators to battle tanks and the most modern air defense systems that have been protecting Ukrainian skies from Russian attacks. Germany will continue that support for as long as it takes. And all of us here at this conference will be with you for as long as it takes. Today's meeting testifies to the unwavering commitment of Ukraine's partners and friends. We want Ukraine to win this war, to win peace. We will not rest until women like Irina Danilovich are free again, to work as journalists, to speak their mind. We will not rest until Russia stops its brutal war.
And the next speaker is His Excellency James Cleverly, Foreign Secretary of the United Kingdom.
Thank you, President Zelensky, for bringing us together for this important discussion. When you established the International Crimea Platform 2 years ago, the UK committed its support to this important initiative to strengthen the global response against Russia's illegal annexation. Our commitment to that undertaking hasn't just endured, it has increased. 2 years ago, none of us imagined the challenges we would all now face. But we have risen to the occasion, no one more so than the Ukrainian people. We are more united, more determined, and more emboldened than ever before. As Crimea is a crucial part of the focus on Ukraine, it is only right that it remains at the centre of our discussions. As with Russia's wider presence in Ukraine, it is civilians who have had to bear the brunt in Crimea. Houses searched, arbitrary arrests, illegal conscription, continuous abductions, and reports of torture have revealed Putin's chilling indifference to human life. You don't liberate a country by sending its children to re-education camps abroad. You don't free people by suppression, subjugation, and the curtailing of democracy. The moral contrast between Kyiv and the Kremlin is stark. Ukraine offers democracy, Russia, tyranny. Ukraine strives to protect human rights, Russia disregards them. Like our Ukrainian friends, the UK works tirelessly to promote and protect human rights in Crimea by supporting human rights defenders and the UN Human Rights Monitoring Mission. Together, we will hold those responsible for human rights violations and abuses to account, just as we will hold Putin to account for withdrawing from the Black Sea Grain Initiative, an act that deprives the world's most vulnerable of desperately needed food and supplies. Be in no doubt, the UK and the international community will never recognise Russia's illegal annexation of Crimea or any Ukrainian territory, and will stand with you for as long as it takes. Let me end by wishing Ukraine a happy Independence Day for tomorrow. Your defiance, your strength, and your resilience are an inspiration to us all.
Thank you, and I'm pleased to give the floor to President of the Republic of Suriname, His Excellency Mr. Chandrika Persat Santokhi.
Your Excellency Vladimir Zelensky, President of Ukraine, Excellencies, Head of State and Government, distinguished ministers, ambassadors, and participants, good day. Thank you for the opportunity to participate once again in this important summit. And I commend Ukraine for organizing the third edition of this international consultation and coordination mechanism aimed at strengthening the international support to the ongoing annexation of the Autonomous Republic of Crimea and the city of Sevastopol by the Russian Federation. This platform once again offers the opportunity to call inexhaustibly for an end to the aggression and bloodshed, material and immaterial destruction, and to stand up for freedom and self-determination and sovereignty. As stated on several occasions, the Republic of Suriname supports the guiding principles of international law as enshrined in the Charter of the United Nations. It underlines the independence and territorial integrity of Ukraine in this context. Adherence to this internationally recognized legitimate and territorial integrity principles is of immense importance for the security and survival of all states, especially small states like Suriname. It is opportune to reaffirm Suriname's commitment to democracy, strong democratic institutions, good governance, sovereignty, territorial integrity, rule of law, human political rights, and fundamental freedoms, as well as peace and security. In the same vein, we reiterate the importance of intensifying diplomatic efforts for the peaceful settlement through dialogue. I reaffirm the respect for the international system and global peace and security. These are indispensable for achieving sustained growth and sustainable development. We must realize that this war and the crippling sanctions in that regard are causing major economic catastrophes on global economic developments and are having a major impact on developing countries in particular. The destructions and casualties during the war have a long-lasting impact on the economic development of Ukraine, as well as developing partners. Nevertheless, I am assured that with the assistance of the international community, the post-recovery will be less challenging. President Vladimir Zelensky, my government is of the view that a prosperous world requires firm commitment to the upholding of international principles and international law. I can assure you of the support of my country, the Republic of Suriname, for Ukraine's effort to maintain sovereignty and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders. It is my sincere hope that through constructive dialogue, the situation will come to an end and durable peace can be achieved. Allow me to wish you and the people of Ukraine strength and hope in these difficult times. Thank you, and may God bless you all.
And now I would like to give the floor to the Prime Minister of the Republic of Serbia, Ms. Ana Brnabić.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants, the Republic of Serbia sincerely regrets the suffering endured by Ukraine and Ukrainian people, and I would like to use this opportunity to emphasize our commitment to upholding the principles of international law, territorial integrity, and political independence of state as the foundation tenets of our own foreign policy. Drawing from our own experiences, we genuinely empathize with and understand the Ukrainian people and Ukraine, who have a true friend in Serbia. We will continue to pay special attention to the humanitarian situation in Ukraine, and we will continue to provide assistance to Ukraine, as evidenced by our recent decision to donate goods and medicines to alleviate the humanitarian suffering. The Republic of Serbia is not value neutral. We fully respect the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine, a stance that we have consistently demonstrated in international organizations. On this occasion, I also wish to confirm Serbia's readiness to participate in the post-war reconstruction of Ukraine, and I wish to emphasize our readiness to support Ukraine's European integrations by sharing our experiences. Thank you.
And we began this panel with the Speaker of Ukrainian Parliament, and we ended with the Speaker of the Chamber of Deputies of the Parliament of the Czech Republic, Her Excellency, Madam Markéta Pekarová-Adamová.
Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, thank you for organizing this important event. It's my great pleasure to participate on behalf of the Czech Republic. Czech Republic has been one of the most reliable and strongest supporters of Ukraine since 2014. After full-scale, brutal and unjustified aggression of the Russian Federation against Ukraine last year, our support has even increased. I'm proud that this genuine support refers both to the level of the Czech government as well as Czech citizens. Czech society is the fact that my country had to undergo similarly tragic experiences twice in the 20th century. The 55th anniversary of the occupation of Czechoslovakia by Warsaw Pact troops was commemorated 2 days ago. We fully realize that the Ukrainian army and Ukrainian people on daily basis defending not only their country. We both the fact that Ukraine unfortunately pays the highest possible price. Czech Republic will stay next to Ukraine and will continue to provide every possible assistance by military, humanitarian, economical, and political resources, as long as it is needed. When it comes to the potential peace solution, we believe that the most elaborated and legitimate peace initiative that is now on the table is the 10 points peace formula, presented by President Zelensky. In this regard, let me reiterate that any peace solution cannot be found without both the support and participation of Ukraine, and must respect the international law. We want to see Ukraine free, independent, democratic, and prosperous. It is self-evident that this means the restoration of Ukrainian territorial integrity in internationally recognized borders from 1991, including, of course, Crimea. The Crimean platform is a multi-layered process. As Speaker of one of the chambers of the Czech Parliament, it is understandable that the present and future of Ukraine is the subject of my multiple contacts with fellow legislators from many countries. It is an honor and a pleasure that Prague will be hosting the second parliamentary meeting of the Crimea platform this October. Let me express my hope and belief that I will be able to welcome colleagues from as many countries as possible in Prague. We count on the highest possible parliamentary representation from all countries that support Ukraine and its territorial integrity. We will discuss many important issues related to Crimea. One which is very close to my heart is the horrible problem of the illegal abducted children. It is one of the gravest examples of the criminal and inhuman behavior of the Russian regime. In this context, Madam Zelenska is considering the participation at the summit in Prague. These days, we are also commemorating the Independence Day of Ukraine. It is the independence for which Ukraine and Ukrainians today are bravely fighting against Russia's aggression. Independence is not an empty concept. It is a very real and precious value. Today's high meeting is proof of how important this is for all of us. Thank you for that. Thank you for your participation.
Thank you very much. And I would like to take this opportunity to present once more the peace formula proposed by President Zelensky. Please look at the screen.
A peaceful Crimea is a peaceful Ukraine. This is what we desire above all else. But at what cost? Peace. What is the peace that Ukraine and the world are seeking? On 15th November 2022, during the Group of 20 summit in Indonesia, President of Ukraine Volodymyr Zelensky introduced the peace formula. The sense of the formula was strongly supported by 141 votes for the United Nations General Assembly resolution. Implementation of the formula will restore rules-based order and security for the whole world and bring just peace to Ukraine. The peace formula consists of 10 points. Let's get into some detail about them. The first point, radiation and nuclear safety, which includes complete withdrawal of Russian troops from the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. Its demilitarization and transfer of the power plant under joint Ukrainian and IAEA control. This point also means the creation of an air shield over Ukraine to protect civilians and critical infrastructure. The second point is food security. It means the renewal and expansion of the Black Sea Grain Initiative with the inclusion of new ports, expansion of the Grain from Ukraine Humanitarian Initiative, strengthening global food security and the role of Ukraine as one of its guarantors. The third point of the peace formula is energy security. It focuses on making it impossible for Russia to attack Ukrainian critical infrastructure by any means, and restoration of Ukraine's energy infrastructure in accordance with the principles of green transition and energy efficiency. Point number 4. Release of prisoners and deported persons. This point is about the release of Ukrainian captives by Russia according to the all-for-all formula. It calls to ensure the rights of Ukrainian POWs and civilians held by Russia, and to return those forcibly deported by Russia, especially children. The fifth point of the formula is an implementation of the UN Charter and restoration of Ukraine's territorial integrity and the world order. It focuses on ensuring Russia's implementation of the UN Charter, restoration of Ukrainian territorial integrity with its internationally recognized borders, and the universal respect for the UN Charter. Point number 6. Withdrawal of Russian troops and cessation of hostilities. It means complete withdrawal of any Russian troops from the territory of Ukraine, restoration of Ukraine's control over all sections of the state border, and complete cessation of hostilities. Point number 7 is the restoration of justice. This means the establishment of the special tribunal for the crime of Russian aggression against Ukraine. It also means the establishment of the international compensation mechanism for any harm resulting from Russia's actions against Ukraine, and ensuring effective interaction with the International Criminal Court. The 8th point is countering ecocide. Its goal is to create a platform for assessing the environmental damage in Ukraine as a result of the Russian war of aggression. Strengthen the international assistance to demine Ukraine. Counter the consequences of the Russian destruction of the dam of the Kakhovka hydroelectric power plant. And ensure Russian legal responsibility for ecocide in Ukraine. Point number 9. Preventing escalation of war and repetition of aggression. This is about providing Ukraine with the security guarantees based on Kyiv Security Compact for the period before joining NATO, and the creation of a system of international safeguards against the repetition of Russia's aggression both against Ukraine and anyone else. Finally, the 10th point is confirmation of the end of the war. This means international legal formalization of the end of the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine. Such confirmation should include security guarantees for Ukraine in connection with future membership in NATO, post-war settlement conditions and mechanisms to prevent the repetition of Russia's aggression against Ukraine and other states. This is how the real, just and lasting peace will look like, which we will implement in accordance to President Zelensky's peace formula.
Ми продовжуємо третій саміт Міжнародної Кримської платформи «Безпека сьогодні, процвітання завтра». Модерує перша заступниця міністра закордонних справ України Еміне Джапарова.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure and honor to join this summit's discussion, and without any further delay, I would like to give the floor to the Secretary General of the Organization for Democracy and Economic Development, Guam, to His Excellency Altai Efendiev.
Вельмишановна пані перша заступниця
the first deputy minister, dear representatives of the authorities of Ukraine.
Ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, I would like to join all previous speakers in congratulating Ukraine on the day of the national flag and on Independence Day that we will celebrate tomorrow. For 18 months now, Ukrainians have been defending their national symbols, identity, dignity, freedom, and independence in an epic struggle against the illegal, immoral, brutal aggression of the Russian Federation. We wish Ukraine every success in this existential fight, upholding your nationhood. And we call on you to stay strong and united. Ukrainian people in the repulsion of this aggression manifested exemplary bravery and courage, unbreakable spirit, will, and resilience. At the same time, the nation is paying a very high price in this battle of survival, with human lives, destructions of cities, towns, villages, civilian infrastructure, the whole economy. And it is, for me, as based and living in Ukraine, it is heartbreaking and painful to witness all the atrocities committed by the aggressor on the Ukrainian soil. I want to extend my deepest condolences to all the Ukrainian families who suffered in this war. I would like also to express our firm solidarity with the Ukrainian people. We confirm our unwavering support of the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders, including territorial waters. Our member states stand firmly with Ukrainian people, providing humanitarian aid and multifaceted assistance. Madam Chairperson, I want to congratulate you on convening the third summit of the Crimea platform here in Kyiv amid the full-scale war. And it is gratifying to see that the Crimea platform is growing, gaining momentum, and expanding into new dimensions, focusing on specific issues, as well as growing number of countries and organizations joining the initiative. The latter is a clear sign that more and more governments and organizations are united around Ukraine in defense of the rules-based global order that should have an unshakable foundation for the peaceful coexistence of all nations, big and small. We wish further success to this initiative and are ready to contribute to its objectives in the fields of our competence. Guam organizations support the goals of Crimea platform, aiming at the restoration of the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders, as well as post-war rehabilitation and reconstruction and regional cooperation. As an interstate, full-fledged regional organization uniting 4 friendly nations and strategic partners, covering the geography of increasing strategic significance and with a developed organizational setup, instruments, and mechanism of cooperation, Guam can be instrumental in shaping the region as a zone of peace, stability, and cooperation, thus becoming a pillar of regional security and development. In my previous interventions during the previous summit, I referred to one such example of our contribution is the development of flagship initiative, Guam Transport Corridor. I would kindly request if the map that provided to Secretariat can be put, yes, on the, so that you can visualize on the subject that I will refer to. This is our joint initiative aiming at establishing a modern, safe, reliable, competitive, multimodal transport link based on the EU's European network, transport networks, norms and standards, and stretching from the eastern borders to the EU to the shores of the Caspian Sea. The Black Sea and Azov Sea connections with free navigation are crucial parts in this corridor. We firmly believe that this corridor can become a vital transportation artery serving trade flows between Europe and Asia, thus serving the interest of wider international community. This corridor can become an essential part of new emerging connectivity and security architecture in the wider Black Sea and the Caspian Sea region and contribute to peace and stability in our volatile region. Today, it is a matter of urgency to address the issue of its practical implementation in a holistic and coherent manner. The transport and logistical infrastructure of the Guam member states is experiencing enormous pressure as a result of the redirecting of cargo flows from the land routes that are currently under sanctions. Routes passing through Guam countries are becoming the main alternative to east-west land connections. Our nations are undertaking measures on national and regional levels to address mounting challenges. However, more is needed to cope with the exponential traffic growth. A special study needs to be done that would take into consideration evolving geopolitical realities, mounting challenges, and suggest policy responses with adequate support. The most critical factor in our case is time, as we must be prepared for post-war reconstruction and rehabilitation of Ukraine. We are keen and ready to start preparing a comprehensive feasibility study incorporating new geopolitical realities. However, the task is beyond our capacities. Therefore, we seek cooperation with Eastern interested partners and stakeholders in the region. I can report today with caution some advancement in this respect. With the support of the incumbent Ukrainian presidency in Guam, the first consultations were held with the European Commission officials in Brussels. And I would like to thank Ukraine for its leadership in this matter and call upon all our member states to increase efforts in that direction. Guam area is part of wider Europe, and with member states obtaining candidate status and others aspiring for stronger mutual beneficial cooperation and relationship, I think we have good chances to succeed. Using this opportunity, I would like to appeal to the leaders of the EU member states present here to reciprocate our endeavors, support our efforts in this regard, and expedite a favorable consideration of the matter in the EU. We firmly believe that the realization of this initiative, together with other strategic projects in energy and communication, will transform the region's geopolitical landscape, ensuring its integration into European and global economies. Thus, we will contribute to peace, security, and cooperation in the area, and eventually to the objectives of the Crimea platform. All parties gathered around Ukraine to assist in withstanding and winning this illegal and unjust war must join our collective efforts in practical, result-oriented endeavors. We are ready and looking for close cooperation, and I thank you for kind attention, and Slava Ukraini.
And I'm extremely happy to welcome our new participant to the family of the Crimea platform, the Danube Commission, and the Director General, whose personal effort in launching the solidarity lane through the waters of Danube was very strong, and then the prompt reaction of the organization to the full-fledged invasion. So Director General, Mr. Manfred Seitz, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to address this summit on behalf of the Danube Commission, which oversees the Danube Convention created in 1948 to ensure free and non-discriminatory navigation on this important European waterway. This night, a logistic facility on the Danube was attacked by Russian drones, damaging storage infrastructure and equipment. This was already the fourth attack on a Danube port since the 24th of July. The attack on warehouses and transshipment facilities in Ukrainian Danube ports is a clear violation of the objectives and the principles of the Danube Convention and must be condemned in the strongest possible terms. The member states of the Danube Commission already excluded in March 2022 the Russian Federation as a consequence of the Russian Federation's aggression against Ukraine from their working groups, from all the working groups, and expressed their firm will to work on a new agreement, on a new convention that limits future membership to the Danube riparian states. After the final collapse of the Black Sea Grain Initiative mid-July, the Ukrainian Danube ports now handle almost 65% of Ukraine's grain and oilseed exports, and thus are essential to secure global food supply. Despite the attacks, the volume of cargo handled in the Ukrainian Danube ports exceeded the average daily throughput of 100,000 tons. I think one cannot give enough credit to the people working in the private and state organizations in Ukraine and those which support them in the neighboring countries. Due to the great importance of cargo flows via the Danube ports, every effort must be taken to maintain unhindered access to these ports and to ensure the loading and storage of goods under the greatest possibility security. And I think this is an overall international obligation. More than 50% of the transshipment volumes leave the Ukrainian Danube ports by inland vessels for transshipment to seagoing vessels in Constanța. Almost 75% of Ukrainian grain exports on all transport modes, vessels and rail and truck, are now flowing via Romania. The The Danube Commission therefore welcomes that in talks that have taken place at the highest political level between Romania and Ukraine in the recent days, a new political goal was formulated, namely to increase the volume of Ukrainian cargo flows on the Danube and in Constanța to 4 million tons per month. The private terminal operators in Constanța have informed us, as well as the inland navigation companies, that they have prepared for additional volumes by making the necessary investments. The capacities can be further expanded if the political agreements which have been taken now are quickly followed by measures on the level of the public administrations and authorities. Let me only point to one single measure to show that these political targets are realistic and can be achieved. For example, installing 6 buoys for an efficient ship-to-ship transshipment will bring additional transshipment capacity of 1 million ton per month. Since May 2022, the Danube Commission supports the European Commission in implementing the EU-Ukraine Solidarity Lanes Action Plan to facilitate Ukraine's agricultural exports and bilateral trade with the European Union. We work closely together, European Commission and General Directorate for Mobility, to support Ukrainian and Romanian authorities, as well as businesses in increasing the flow of goods through the Danube ports. We are ready to continue our support for the implementation of the new politically agreed measures, such as to further increase the traffic capacity of the Sulina Canal, the transshipment capacity in the port of Constanța, the increased use of the Romanian Danube ports of Galați and Brela for green cargo flows, for example, by making better use of the railway system. We are also proposing and ready to facilitate a project that foresees the integration of Ukraine into the river information services, which are important instruments for safety and efficiency of Danube navigation, as well as the creation of a fully digitalized information management system for the cross-border flows between Ukraine and the European Union, which combines all authority control information systems. That would turn the cargo flows over the Danube and through Constanța into the first fully digital European transport corridor. The Danube ports, together with the port of Constanța, will not only be crucial for the next months, but I'm pretty sure will play an important role for the rehabilitation of the Ukrainian economy once the war has come to an end. Thank you very much for attention, and glory to Ukraine.
The next online turn will be given to a true friend of Ukraine and a good friend of mine, Madam Maria Picinovich-Buric, the Secretary General of the Council of Europe, a lady who many times visited Ukraine as well as the administration line with Crimea in Kherson region that is unfortunately today is under occupation. Madam Secretary General, the floor is yours.
Dear Chair, dear Emine, distinguished participants, dear Ukrainians and friends of Ukraine. The Council of Europe maintains its unwavering commitment to Ukraine's independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity, including Crimea. In the coming weeks, our Committee of Ministers will discuss my second annual report on the human rights situation there, an issue that remains central to our work. Russia's brutal, illegal, and ongoing aggression against Ukraine has worsened the situation. Harassment, selective prosecutions, and torture, the denial of civil and political rights, and the abduction of Crimean Tatars and ethnic Ukrainians. These are among the many crimes committed. And we are working with brave Ukrainian and Crimean Tatar human rights defenders to document and record what is happening. Given the situation there. More broadly, A direct line can be drawn between the annexation of Crimea and Russia's appalling and evolving tactics in other parts of the country. Illegal annexations, humanitarian and human rights violations, and Russia's withdrawal from the Black Sea Grain Initiative, designed to hit the vulnerable in Ukraine, in Europe, and around the world. At our recent summit, heads of states and governments made clear their support to their fellow member state, Ukraine, including a new register of damage as the first step towards any future compensation mechanism for the harms being done, and recognizing that any peace must be a lasting peace, built on the foundation of accountability. Alongside our other work, including a joint action plan on resilience, recovery, and reconstruction, we will work with our member state, Ukraine, all of Ukraine, as it builds a future underpinned by human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. Slava Ukraini!
Dear friends, we have a bunch of members of parliaments from all over the globe here with us in our summit, united under the umbrella of United for Ukraine and captained by Žygimantas Paviljonis, the head of the Committee on Foreign Affairs of the Seimas of the Republic of Lithuania. Please, the floor is yours, dear Žygis.
Thank you, Amin. Just a few words from the heart. Sorry that I was circulating all around. We have up to 30 members of parliament, some of them still sitting, some of them already in some other meetings. But we represent quite a unique organization, up to 500 MPs from more than 40 countries, united like this. After February 24, we made a lot of visits here. Vadim Galaychuk is sitting here, International Secretary of Sluga Narodi, with whom we built that little parliamentary empire. And as a former diplomat, former Deputy Foreign Minister, I want to say why it matters. You know, when we've been trying to do the same, like you did, you know, we started from parliaments and from the nation. Actually, today is 34th anniversary of the Baltic Way, when we stood, you know, 2 million of us from Vilnius to Tallinn. Marko Michelson was also standing, one of those participants. But that was the nation. Then we had our parliament, who revolted and said, goodbye, Gorbachev, goodbye, Soviet Union. Then Gorbachev sent troops. I saw my own friends killed in front of my eyes. And then again, we gave it into the parliament. It was our Tiananmen Square. And then the Gorbachev stopped. First time ever, the Red Army stopped in front of the parliament and the people. So parliament and the people is the power. Then we found other parliamentarians, Carl Bildt, you know, politicians, McCain, and then they helped us to get into family of EU and NATO, because honestly, nobody wanted us in. Nobody, you know, Baltics, Soviet Zeus, and so on. So why I'm telling this story? Today, as former diplomat, I can say that I never, ever feel so united at political level. I'm Christian Democrat. Here we had liberals, social democrats, Greens. We are all united color-wise, political color-wise, but also geopolitically wise. Today we are here with Portuguese, with Spanish. Pedro is just sitting with, Pablo is sitting with me, who made a crusade on Ukraine to Washington with me. We traveled together to lecture Americans that they have to listen. Ukrainians, you know, there is no South and North, there is no East and West. We are all heavily united for Ukrainians. This happened first time in my life. I'm already 50. So it's not only European unity, this is transatlantic unity. You have Canadians here with us, you have great American friends, but not only here. I'm actually from Taiwan recently. You don't even imagine how many friends we have in Indo-Pacific democracies. So this is a, you know, this is a solidarity of politicians, and this matters a lot, because finally, I think, We will end with a global fight of democracies and autocracies that just starts today. And, you know, in a way we end this war in Ukraine, a lot will depend. The globe will depend on that. That's why it matters. But before speaking globe, you know, I will just identify 3 things that we can do as politicians of, you know, different political colors united today for Ukraine. 3 things. First of all, we have to teach our leaders, you know, governments who recently gathered in Vilnius, NATO summit, not to be afraid to win. Because sometimes I think some governments, I will stay politically correct, they are afraid of Ukrainian victory and afraid Russia to lose. And I remember exactly the feelings when we did as the Baltics. A lot of Western leaders, they were afraid Soviet Union to collapse and Baltics to be free. And look to us now. Was not it right? We're one of the richest, happiest, inspiring people that inspire the rest. Second thing that we have to finish, and I'm so happy that Pablo Hispan is here, Spanish presidency is in front of us, it's to start accession talks to the European Union. We made a great historic decision, candidate status last year. This is much more than NATO did. You know, NATO actually didn't do it from Bucharest. We did as Europeans, though everybody was laughing at us, we did it, but to make it historic, I said it to Spaniards, you know, in Madrid, you discovered America, now you have to discover Ukraine in the European Union. That's a historic task. You have to build, you know, we will build monuments for Spanish if you do it, and of course the rest of Europeans. And last thing is NATO and Washington meeting. My dear Americans, we didn't finish the job. We have to do it. If we make big speeches about freedom and democracy to be defended, so defend it by invitation, by inviting Ukraine to NATO. We have 1 year to run. I understand that Americans are very busy with elections right now. Well, we are all busy with elections. I have my own elections next year. You know, Pablo just finished it, but it's a historic task. If President Biden wants to be a Reagan of this region, he has to make it. And this is a democratic responsibility. Then later we will deal with all our presidents. But President Biden, your speech was great on democracy. Now you have to prove it by deeds. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Žygis. And now I would like to give the floor to Senior Advisor to the President of Turkey, Ambassador Akif Çağatay Kılıç, whose family members has a very unique connection to Crimea since the Crimean Tatar statehood in the times of Giray. So Sayın Büyükülçüm, size meydan. Buyurunuz.
Teşekkür ediyorum. Dear Emine Hanım, thank you very much for the introduction. National leaders of Crimean Tatars, Mustafa Ağa, distinguished colleagues, esteemed representatives of the Crimean Tatar Turks, friends of Crimea. At the outset, I would like to congratulate Ukraine's National Day, Flag Day and Independence Day. It has been more than 9 years since the illegal annexation of Crimea by the Russian Federation. It still stands as a grave breach of international law. All people of Crimea have faced great hardship with the illegal annexation. Among them, the Crimean Tatar Turks constitute a unique historical and cultural friendship bridge between Turkey and Ukraine. We attach great importance to the safety and well-being of our Tatar Crimean kinsmen who are among the region's indigenous people. Turkey, as a friend and strategic partner of Ukraine, has adopted a clear and consistent policy against the occupation and annexation of Crimea since 2014. Our strong commitment and support to Ukraine's independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity have grown ever stronger after the 24th of February last year. Our support will continue long after this war ends. It is a principled approach based on legal and moral grounds. The annexation of the Crimean Peninsula forced more than 25,000 Crimean Tatar Turks to leave their homes. The ones who stayed behind have been facing numerous difficulties. Political trials, unlawful detentions, and arbitrary interrogations against Crimean Tatars are worrisome. We support without reservation the inherent right to live freely in their ancestral homeland. With this understanding, we are ready to assist them in any way we can, as we have until for today, and we will in the future. Allow me to reiterate our hope that the first Deputy Chairperson of the Mejlis of the Crimean Tatar people, Neriman Necelal, and his friends, who were detained after attending the platform's first summit in Kiev 2 years ago, will return to their homes and be reunited with their families as soon as possible. This demand also includes all Crimean Tatar Turks who are under detention. Let me also acknowledge the heroic contributions of the Crimean Tatar Turks to Ukraine's ongoing struggle for its just cause. Their sacrifice testifies to the Crimean Tatars' selfless dedication and devotion to the country like every other Ukrainian. Dear participants, we have welcomed and supported the Crimean Platform initiative since its inception. It is designed as a dialogue platform to attract the international community's attention to Crimea. We are convinced that this platform will continue to be a focal point for ensuring the constructive engagement of the international community on the Crimean cause. On this occasion, I would like to thank President Zelensky and the Ukrainian Rada for their efforts to strengthen Crimean Tatars' rights. However, while we all voice our support to Crimea, Crimean Tatars, and Ukraine, we are disheartened by attempts to take advantage of this honorable gathering to make false historical comparisons for individual political agendas. Here, I must register our reaction to the comments of the Greek Cypriot community's leader on the island of Cyprus regarding our intervention to bring peace in 1974. What he referred to as invasion was actually a peace operation that ended a brutal aggression against the Turkish Cypriot people. Out of respect to all participants and mindful of the just cause that unites us here, I will leave my comments at that. Distinguished guests, as the war's cost is rapidly increasing for all of us, there is a rising global interest to devise an alternative path to end this conflict. Peaceful resolution through diplomacy is the only way to establish a just and lasting peace based on Ukraine's territorial integrity, sovereignty, and independence. And this requires effective coordination among us. Since the outset of the war, we have been working hard towards this end, and while maintaining comprehensive and multi-phased support for Ukraine. Facilitating high-profile prisoner exchanges, launching successfully implementing the Black Sea initiative, and hosting peace talks in Turkey, first in the margins of last year's Antalya Diplomacy Forum, and subsequently in Istanbul on March 29, 2022, under the auspices of President Erdogan, who devoted a substantial time and personal effort to pave the way for peace, are concrete examples of our efforts. Dear guests, representatives of over 60 countries and international organizations gathered here today in support of Ukraine's territorial integrity and sovereignty, including Crimea. Each one of us manifests its support in various ways, and there can be differences of approach. But this by no means alters our end objective of a just and viable peace based on international law. Let me end my remarks by reiterating my sincere hope for the quick restoration of peace, prosperity, and stability in our region. And to my dear parliamentarian friends, whom I was a part for 13 years, but I'm now no longer a member of parliament, I see your enthusiasm and I see how much you want to bring together international unity in different various positions, and I believe wholeheartedly that parliaments are very important on this. But please also let me remind you to take at heart other countries who are still negotiating for full membership of the European Union. Thank you very much.
Teşekkürler. I'm happy to announce the video message from His Excellency Alexander De Croo, the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Belgium.
Dear President Zelensky, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. In February 2014, armed soldiers with no insignia appeared on the streets of Crimea, starting the Russian operation to illegally annex the peninsula. At the time, Russian officials, including the Russian president, repeatedly denied that these men were Russian. But soon after, President Putin started boasting that actually they were. And so the tone was set for years of Russian deceit, utter disrespect for international rules, and grave human rights violations that we have witnessed up to till today. According to the United Nations, Crimea today serves as a place of abduction for Ukrainian children. In one such case, the mother of a 16-year-old boy with an intellectual disability learned on social media that her son had been transferred by Russian occupation authorities from a long-term care facility in an occupied town of Kherson region to Crimea. At the same time, the occupier continues to stifle and dissenting voice, disbar lawyers and intimidate, harass, torture and kill Crimean citizens and defy human rights defenders. The widespread and systematic attack against Ukraine's civilian population, the amounting evidence of torture, executions and forceful deportation of children continue to occupy our minds on a daily basis. Belgian citizens continue to admire Ukraine's heroic resistance. Let there be no doubt about Belgium's government, parliament and citizens' unwavering support for Ukrainian citizens' desire to live in peace, free from occupation. We stand behind President Zelensky's 10-point peace plan, including the restoration of Ukraine's territorial integrity and the restoration of Ukraine's internationally recognized borders. In that regard, it is obvious to state that the so-called elections to be held in occupied territory in September this year will have absolutely no legitimacy or legal validity. Ladies and gentlemen, Russia's termination of the Black Sea Grain Initiative once again shows how little Russia cares for the food security in the rest of the world. I quote the UN Secretary General, "Ultimately, participation in this agreement is a choice for Russia, but struggling people everywhere and developing countries don't have a choice." Finally, let us also be clear that there can be no sustainable peace without accountability. All those responsible for war crimes and other serious crimes committed during Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine should be held to account. Belgium welcomes effort to establish a tribunal for the prosecution of the crime of aggression against Ukraine. Volodymyr, you can continue to count on our support, and we will offer military, humanitarian, and financial support. We should not forget that Ukraine offers us, Belgians and Europeans, a valuable lesson in resistance and perseverance in the face of evil, reminding us of the importance to fight for liberty and democracy. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you, dear Prime Minister. And the next video message will be delivered by His Excellency Kyriakos Mitsotakis, the Prime Minister of the Hellenic Republic.
It is my great pleasure to participate in the third summit of the International Crimea Platform. It is now 9 years since Russia occupied and illegally annexed the autonomous Republic of Crimea and the city of Sevastopol. Today, as we meet again, we mark another tragic milestone. 18 months since Russia launched its unprovoked and unjustified war of aggression against Ukraine. An invasion that has wreaked havoc in Crimea, with disastrous effects on the human rights situation in the peninsula and the destruction of critical infrastructure. Furthermore, Russia's war of aggression has brought about a sharp deterioration in freedom of navigation in the Black Sea and the Sea of Azov. It has also revealed the critical importance of the occupied Crimea Peninsula, its surrounding waters, and the wider region to international and regional security. Over the past year and a half, the European family has stood firm in demonstrating its unity and resilience. Moscow's efforts to divide us have failed utterly. Our position is steadfast. We will continue to defend our principles and values, the inviolability of borders, fundamental human rights, international law, and the UN Charter. Unilateral and illegal annexation of territories through the use of force cannot stand. Such actions are null and void and will never be legal under international law. Mr. President, only 2 days ago, I welcomed you to Athens. In our discussions, I reiterated Greece's unwavering support for Ukraine's independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders. Greece is equally committed to supporting Ukraine in its efforts around integration. To this end, we have signed a joint declaration of the Euro-Atlantic integration of Ukraine. Greece, of course, remains determined to assist Ukraine's recovery efforts, including contributing to the restoration of historical buildings in Odessa. Mr. President, the determination and courage of the Ukrainian people and armed forces are an inspiration to all of us. In defending your nation from unprovoked attack, you are contributing to the security of the European continent. You can count on our support, our friendship, and our solidarity in those vital efforts. Thank you for standing up for those values that are most dear to our peoples and our countries, and my warmest congratulations for tomorrow's celebration of the 32nd National Day of Ukraine.
Evharisto, dear Prime Minister, the next video message will be delivered by His Excellency, Her Excellency Mette Frederiksen, the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Denmark.
Dear President Zelensky, Excellencies and friends of Ukraine, today we mark our support for the Ukraine fight for freedom and for the fundamental principle that Ukraine, all of Ukraine, belongs to the Ukraine people. Our message is the same as when we met 1 year ago, and we will repeat it for as long as necessary. Crimea is Ukraine. The borders of Ukraine are internationally recognized, and so is the principle of sovereignty. It is the very basis of the rule-based international order. Acts of aggression and war must never be tolerated. That is why Denmark stands firmly behind Ukraine. We support the Ukraine fight for freedom, democracy, justice. Your fight is our fight. Denmark is among the top contributors relative to size, and we will continue our work. We will deliver military support, reconstruction, and humanitarian support. Denmark has committed around 1.8 billion euros to Ukraine since the full-scale Russian invasion. I was honored to host my friends, President Zelensky and the First Lady in Denmark earlier this week. And I was happy to tell the President in person that Denmark will donate 19 F-16 aircrafts to Ukraine, a clear demonstration of our commitment to the defense of Ukraine. The President also spoke to the people of Denmark. He stood in front of our parliament as the face of right against wrong. Ukraine and Danish flags filled the square. No one can doubt the strong support from the Danish people. Slava Ukraini. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Prime Minister. And the next floor will be given to His Excellency Leo Varadkar, the Taoiseach of Ireland, the country that has recently become home for thousands of Crimean Tatars.
Thank you, President Zelensky, for the invitation to speak to you today. I'm honoured to join you and all our Ukrainian friends and partners from around the world who are committed to upholding Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Ireland stands with you as you continue to resist Russian aggression, to defend and ultimately to rebuild your country. Last month I travelled to Kyiv and was delighted to meet with you in person, as well as the Prime Minister and the Speaker. My conversations with you and my visit to the towns of Bucha, Irpin and Moshun, the sites of appalling atrocities, made a deep impression and confirmed my belief that Russia cannot and will not succeed in its brutal aggression towards your country. So you have our full support for as long as you need it. 18 months into this terrible conflict, the world continues to recognise the strength and bravery of the Ukrainian people. Your courageous defence of your country has been an inspiration to millions of people in Europe and around the world. Your home, your future, lies within our European family. You have shown time and time again that you're committed to joining the European Union, and Ireland wants to assist you on this path. And I look forward to the day when we can formally welcome Ukraine into the European Union as full members. With this invasion of Crimea in 2014, Russia demonstrated to the world its disregard for international law and for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of other states. It's incumbent on us all to ensure that Russia does not succeed in its war of aggression. Nor should Russia be allowed to weaponize food and energy in the way it has done since the start of the war. Russia's invasion of your country has greatly exacerbated global food and nutrition insecurity. Rooted in our national experience of forced hunger and starvation, Ireland knows the deep devastation this can have on the fabric of a nation. We've long championed efforts to combat hunger, famine and malnutrition, and we've scaled up our response to these challenges. I commend Ukraine's efforts to ensure that countries worst affected by food insecurity can continue to access the critical supplies they need to stave off the very worst impacts of hunger. Let me say finally, Ukrainian sovereignty must be restored over the entire territory within its internationally recognised borders. I'm very concerned about the grave violations of human rights in Crimea, in particular against indigenous Crimea Tatars. Ireland calls on Russia to uphold its obligations under international law, to end its aggression against Ukraine, and to unconditionally withdraw its forces from within Ukraine's internationally recognised borders. We will continue to work with international partners on ensuring accountability for Russia's actions. Today and in the days ahead, we stand with you. Slava Ukraini.
Gurev Mahagut, dear Taoiseach, we keep staying in Europe, and the next word will be given to His Excellency Xavier Bettel, the Prime Minister of the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg.
Dear Volodymyr, dear Denis, dear colleagues and friends, tomorrow Ukraine is celebrating its 32nd year of independence, and our commitment to a free and democratic Ukraine has never been stronger. Our people have never been closer. The third summit of the Crimea platform should serve as a testament to our commitment to upholding Ukraine's freedom, independence and territorial integrity. Already 9 years ago, Russia carried out its annexation on the Crimean peninsula. Since then, Russia annexed other parts of Ukraine after starting its full-scale war of aggression on the 24th of February of 2022. In Crimea and in the other parts of occupied Ukraine, the dark reality of Russia's annexations, enforced disappearances, arbitrary detentions, torture and ill-treatment, intimidation and incarceration of journalists, lawyers and human rights defenders. The flagrant violations of Ukraine's independence, sovereignty and territorial integrity, but also the continuous violations of the UN Charter, have been strongly condemned by my country, Luxembourg. We will never accept a world order in which force prevails over international law. Luxembourg will continue to provide substantial assistance to Ukraine in order to enable it to exercise its right to self-defense. We will remain at Ukraine's side to help it cope with the humanitarian and economic consequences of the war, to meet its important needs in the mining and reconstruction, and to ensure accountability for all international crimes. With this in mind, Luxembourg has formally endorsed the G7 joint declaration of support for your country. We stand ready to work with you and with all partners within this multilateral framework to develop security commitments and arrangements in support of Ukraine. Stay strong, my friends.
We will stay strong, cher Xavier, merci beaucoup. And among the nations of the Indo-Pacific that joined the Crimea platform is our reliable partner in the region, New Zealand. And I'm very happy to welcome His Excellency Prime Minister Chris Hipkins from the Wellington and Ottawa Summit.
E ngā mana, e ngā reo, e ngā iwi, e ngā rauranga tirama, tēnā koutou katoa. President Zelensky, Prime Minister Schmal, Excellencies and friends, greetings from Aotearoa, New Zealand. New Zealand's been concerned about the situation in Crimea since Russia invaded the peninsula in 2014. We've been a supporter of the Crimea platform since its launch in 2021 and continue to see the platform as a way to channel our collective voices and hold Russia to account for its horrific actions in Crimea and across Ukraine. New Zealand condemned Russia's attempted illegal annexation of Crimea in 2014. we continue to condemn it now. As an island nation in the Pacific with voyaging routes from both the Pacific and Europe, Indigenous rights are a core focus for us in both our domestic and our foreign policies. The principles of partnership and mutual respect are embodied in our founding document, the Treaty of Waitangi, which was signed between the British Crown and many Maori tribes in 1840. We're very concerned by evidence that the situation for Crimea's Indigenous people has worsened since Russia's full-scale invasion in February 2022. In the last year alone, the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights has documented extensive human rights violation by the Russian occupiers in Crimea. The evidence points to the victims disproportionately belonging to ethnic minorities in the indigenous Crimean population. These abuses by Russia must stop now. Ukraine's defence of its borders, which include Crimea, is a defence of the international rules and norms that we all depend upon for our peace and prosperity. New Zealanders also view this as a fight to defend the core democratic principles that so many of us hold dear, like territorial integrity, freedom, and fundamental human rights. For all these reasons, New Zealand continues to stand steadfast in support for Ukraine and its people, and as they continue to defend their homeland, and in doing so, the principles that we all hold dear. Together with over 30 countries, we're applying sanctions to collectively exert pressure on Russia to cease its ongoing aggression. Today, I'm announcing that another 21 Russian entities and individuals will be sanctioned by New Zealand this week. This will see over 1,600 people and entities sanctioned by New Zealand in response to the illegal and unjustified invasion of Ukraine. At the NATO summit in Vilnius last month, I had the pleasure of meeting President Zelensky in person for the first time. I assured him then, what I reiterate now, New Zealand will continue to stand in solidarity with the people of Ukraine as they defend themselves against Russia's illegal and reprehensible aggression against their nation. New Zealand remains a firm supporter of the international rules-based system. We'll continue supporting the collective efforts to ensure that those responsible for Russia's aggression and ongoing human rights abuses are held accountable. Because New Zealand believes in a world where might doesn't mean right. To turn our back on Ukraine would be to turn our back on our very own values and principles and on democracy itself. New Zealanders would never accept that. Noho ora mai, stay safe, stay well. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa.
Thank you, dear Prime Minister, and I'm pleased to announce the next video address of His Excellency Ulf Kristersson, the Prime Minister of Sweden.
Dear President Zelensky, Excellencies, friends, a year has passed since the last ICP summit, a year during which the Ukrainian armed forces have fought to defend both their country and our common values. Our long-standing support for Ukraine's territorial integrity and independence is steadfast. We had the chance to discuss this, Mr. President, when you visited my country over the last weekend. While Ukraine is fighting against Russian aggression, Russia continues to demonstrate its disregard for the fundamental rules and principles of international law. Russia's illegal annexation of Ukrainian regions must never be recognized. Extrajudicial killings, arbitrary arrests, torture, deportation and forced transfer of children are grave examples of how Russia violates international humanitarian law and human rights. In Crimea, we have also seen increased repression of ethnic and religious groups, in particular Crimean Tatars. Accountability for all crimes committed by Russia must be assured. In the strategically important Black Sea region, Russia continues to terrorize Ukrainian cities, attacking critical port infrastructure, threatening civilian ships and weaponizing food. In our own neighborhood, we can relate to these challenges. Close to Sweden, Russia is projecting its economic and military power also in the Baltic Sea. Baltic Sea routes and ports are of central strategic importance to Sweden, the EU, and to NATO allies. Russia's aggression in Ukraine and in the Black Sea shows how cooperation to counter Russia's threats is central wherever they occur. Unity is our greatest asset. Persistence will be key. Full restoration of Ukraine's territorial integrity, including the deoccupation of Crimea, in line with Ukraine's peace formula, is the basis for just and lasting peace in accordance with international law. Sweden and the EU will stand with Ukraine for as long as it takes. Thank you, Mr. President. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you, dear Prime Minister, and I give the floor to a friend of Ukraine, Deputy Prime Minister of the Republic of Bulgaria, Madam Maria Gabriel.
Your Excellency President Zelensky, distinguished President of the European Council, dear President of the European Commission, distinguished NATO Secretary General, distinguished Head of State and Government, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to our Ukrainian hosts who managed to organize this summit despite the critical situation in which they are defending their homeland against the aggression. On the eve of Ukraine's Independence Day, I would like to reaffirm our unwavering solidarity with the government and people of Ukraine in their heroic stance to defend their homeland and our shared values as Europeans, which is remarkable and inspiring. I take this opportunity to reassert our unwavering support for the independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders, including territorial waters. The Republic of Bulgaria does not recognize the illegal annexation of Crimea and remains determined to uphold this non-recognition policy. Our resolute condemnation of this full-scale war of aggression against Ukraine will continue. Russia bears the sole responsibility for its gross violation of international law, the principles of the UN Charter, the undermining of the European and global security. It is responsible. The regime in Moscow should be held accountable for its actions. In these critical times, we'll continue our steadfast support for Ukraine to regain its occupied territories, including Crimea, and prevail as a free and sovereign country with its future on the Euro-Atlantic path. Bulgaria condemns the large-scale violations of human rights and fundamental freedoms perpetrated in Crimea under the temporary Russian occupation. The security and stability of the Black Sea are also gravely affected by Russia's military aggression against Ukraine, including the militarization of Crimea and its use for attacks on the territory of Ukraine. The security environment in the region continues to deteriorate, which is a matter of serious concern. This directly affects the security of the entire Euro-Atlantic community. I'm gravely concerned about the recent missile and drone attacks on Odessa, Mykolaiv, and other Danube port cities close to the Romanian border. Those aggressive actions, coupled with Russia's decision to withdraw from the Black Sea grain deal, further escalate tensions in the region. Russia's attempts to de facto establish a maritime blockade on the Ukrainian ports follows a dangerous pattern and severely endangers the freedom of navigation in the Black Sea. The government of Bulgaria stresses on the need for Russia to fully adhere to international law and to stop weaponizing hunger and food supply as a leverage for pressure. Such a threat to people worldwide who depend on Ukrainian grain could result in humanitarian catastrophes and mass migration. In this regard, I welcome the continued efforts to restore the Black Sea grain deal. Bulgaria is fully committed to continue the comprehensive support for Ukraine. We have been rendering political and practical support to Ukraine from the very beginning of Russia's unprovoked war of aggression. Most recently, under my initiative, and of the Bulgarian Minister of Defense, Bulgaria has joined the G7 Declaration of Support for Ukraine, which is a testament to our sustained, long-term efforts to restore the security and stability of the country. Dear colleagues, dear friends, allow me to express my appreciation and to congratulate our Ukrainian hosts for their continuous efforts aimed at Ukraine advancing on its European path. Ukraine is a member of our family of free and democratic nations and deserves our continued collective and multifaceted support, and will support Ukraine for as long as it takes. Bulgaria fully aligns itself with the summit joint statement. Thank you.
Благодаря, Madam Deputy Prime Minister. And now I will give the floor to our colleague, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Romania, Madam Luminița Teodora Odobescu.
Honorable participants, on behalf of the Romanian authorities and of Romanian people, allow me to express our full solidarity with Ukraine and the Ukrainian people, victim of Russia's appalling war of aggression. 18 months have passed since the beginning of the Russian fully-fledged invasion. However, Russia's aggression did not start with the war it launched on the 24th February 2022, but with the illegal annexation of the Crimea peninsula back in 2014. Together with the international community, Romania will continue to support Ukraine's independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders. Romania stood by Ukraine since the first day of the war of aggression and will continue to do so until it achieves final victory. Reports coming from Crimea and other temporarily occupied regions are disturbing, showing many instances of politically motivated violence, imprisonment, and torture. By deporting children or trying to brainwash them, Russia is actively trying to change their national identity. Russian occupying forces treat Crimea in the most appalling, discretionary way. Russia's airstrikes target civilians' objectives and infrastructure. These actions are war crimes. Moreover, by their sheer scale and brutality, these attacks demonstrate a total disregard for the human lives. The recent reckless strikes on the Ukrainian ports on the Danube, very close to Romania's border, signal once again Russia's brinkmanship and the willingness to keep escalating the course of the war. Honorable participants, international efforts for holding accountable all those responsible for the horrible war crimes committed in Ukraine will continue. These efforts have the support of the whole responsible international community. Romania is part of the core group working on finding most appropriate legal solution for an international tribunal of aggression. Moreover, Romania is a founder of the Register of Damage adopted during the May summit of the Council of Europe. Honorable participants, Romania fully supports the Ukrainian peace formula as the single framework conducive to a fair, lasting and sustainable peace. We will stand by Ukraine in its courageous fight for full restoration of territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders. We will stand by the Ukrainian people and their sovereign rights to freely decide on their future without any outside interference. Donetsk is Ukraine, Kherson is Ukraine, Lugansk is Ukraine, Zaporizhia is Ukraine, Crimea is Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Minister. And now I invite all of us to watch the video clip prepared by our team, named "The Price of Silence, the Consequence of the Temporary Russian Occupation of Crimea."
It was our Crimea. We were embracing each other. We were rejoicing. Till they showed up. In 2014, Russia occupied Crimea, and the world did little to nothing. This allowed Russians not only to extend their aggression to Donetsk and Luhansk regions, but also to establish a large military hub in Crimea, which was used for the full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022. The militarization of Crimea takes different forms. Apart from the direct establishment of military facilities, including reactivation of the nuclear ones, illegal conscription and mobilization of Ukrainian citizens, Russia involves local youth in brainwashing campaigns. Militarization of society is also conducted by resettling tens of thousands of Russian Siloviki to the peninsula, together with other colonizers. After the beginning of the full-scale invasion, Crimea acquired yet another role. It has become a transit hub for hostages and those Ukrainians whom Russia forcibly deports from the recently occupied territories. Russia consistently demonstrated intentions towards cognitive absorption of kidnapped Ukrainian children. It actually started with the occupation of Crimea in 2014. It is hard to get reliable data on the issue, but Russia itself claimed that 119,000 children were evacuated to Russia by April 5, 2022. Evacuated means kidnapped. By February 2023, it became known that Russia established systems for re-education and adoption of Ukrainian children.
Таких центрів вони зробили 43, із них 11 знаходяться на тимчасово.
We have established 43 centers and
Russia does not focus solely on orphans, but also kidnap children from their parents on the occupied territories.
Росія втручається в правове поле України і починає
They deprive real parents of their paternity in order to take these children away.
When discussing the consequences of Crimea's temporary occupation, one cannot forget the cultural heritage.
Сьогодні ми документуємо майже всі порушення, які ми фіксуємо в Криму і бачимо.
Today we document almost all the violations that we see, that the values. Second, the illegal archaeological excavation, the appropriation of cultural values.
Occupied Crimea, it did not solely influx it with its military deployments. For almost 10 years of the occupation, Russia attempted to erase Ukrainian and Crimean Tatar identity in Crimea and turn the peninsula with a rich history and culture into a faceless Russian military base. And this is yet another reason why we must put an end to this crime of occupation.
Real peace means restoring the internationally recognized borders of Ukraine. Real peace means a safe homeland for the Tatar people in the Ukrainian Crimea. A world under the rule of international law, rather than force, is what real peace means.
Thank you for watching, and now I would like to open the second panel, Economic and Post-War Recovery. And it gives me particular pleasure to invite to the floor His Excellency Denis Shmyhal, the Prime Minister of Ukraine. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Dear participants, distinguished partners, guests, шановні колеги та учасники третього саміту
and participants of the third summit of the Crimea platform. In February 2022, Russia has committed full-scale invasion, but a war of Russia against Ukraine has started actually much longer time ago. Since February 2014, the Russian military invaded Crimea, then pseudo-referendum, occupation, deportation, transformation into the military base, economic crimes. In February 2022 and in February 2014, many of those who now are on the front line defending Ukraine, they were just in schools and kindergartens, but now our Ukrainian defenders risk their lives for the sake of their future of their children, future of Ukraine, in order for their kids should not take arms and weaponry again in 20, 30 years, and again defend Ukraine against the aggressor against Russia. So till we liberate all our countries, all of our territories, we can't speak about long-term peace and security for our next generations. From the very beginning of this summer last year, Ukraine, together with its international partners, civil society, experts, business, has been preparing the recovery plan for Ukraine. At the same time, preparing the strategy, we have started implementation of the quick recovery for Ukraine, and now we are discussing the strategy for recovery of Crimea after its deoccupation. Now we are going to speak about the 5 points which are related to the economic model for the development of the peninsula. The first point, of course, is the new touristic center in Europe. We would like to open Crimea to discover Crimea for Europe and the whole world, to transform it from the military base towards into the touristic center, and its basis for the new model for Crimea, Crimea's 365. We would like to engage Ukrainian business and international business in order to develop infrastructure for Crimea to become a magnet for tourists. In order to do this, to achieve it, we need to develop and create new centers, new infrastructure with some specific relevant financial independence. And it will transform Crimea into one of the best touristic centers in Europe. The second point, because to have infrastructure, transport infrastructure, in order to unite Crimea with Europe and with the world. Crimea will become the part of road networks, TMT. We plan to build 4 highways. We plan to use the tools of private public partnerships, engage national and international investors. We plan to build 2 international airports, to establish an international hub, and to create and develop international aircraft flights in Crimea. All this will allow also to ensure and to return secure maritime and processes in the Black Sea. It will ensure increasing of the both of cargos and civilians. The third point is for recovery of Crimea is energetic independence and energy infrastructure. Ukraine has already joined into the energy network for Europe, and it allows us to have access to the European investment projects. We are going to focus our attention on the wind energy and construction of solar panels and solar electric stations. It will the potential is to add 1 gigawatt of electric energy to the energetic system of Ukraine. Also, the occupation of Crimea will allow us to have access of 2.3 of natural gas in the Black Sea region of Ukraine. We plan to engage into the modernization energy projects of Ukraine and recovery projects of Ukraine, the biggest European partners and companies, thanks to the natural gas reconstruction, Crimea will become a reliable exporter of the natural gas and other resources. Just in the beginning of this summer, Russia has committed the terroristic act in the Kakhovska power station, and after the occupation of Crimea, we will see the real impacts of it on the Crimea, and we are right now already preparing the recovery of Crimea with after impacts and consequences of this terroristic act. Also, we plan to develop agricultural field in Ukraine. Right now, we have E-Robota or E-Work. That's a program of unreturnable grants. Under this program, you can receive grants for gardening and winery fields, and Crimea will have a potential to become such an agricultural point for Ukrainian business persons and international business persons to develop their businesses there. The fifth point is to create a special regime for Crimea, using which we will be able to engage special investments into innovative and education sector. Crimea should become a new innovative point. Russia has transformed Crimea into the military base and such a place which is being avoided by world giants. But Ukraine would like to open Crimea for all the world in order for it to discover it. All those things which we are going to discuss today, which we are discussing now, they can't happen just next day or next month of the occupation of Crimea. But we think that it's important to have such a vision which will allow us to effectively evaluate our efficiency, how we move forward. Now, the losses because of the occupation of Crimea count on many millions of Ukrainians. The real aftermath of occupation of the Crimea will be possible to evaluate only after the occupation. But right now, we already understand that Russia should pay for recovery of Ukraine and recovery of the Ukrainian Crimea. It's fair, and it should be the basis of the international security vision after our victory. Right now, already we work on the confiscation of Russian assets in the West, and it ensures the establishment of the international mechanism which will ensure that the aggressor will pay for everything which was destroyed by the aggressor. Dear participants, dear friends, for the Kremlin regime, especially for its leadership, for the Kremlin leadership, the occupation of Crimea in 2014 became a testimony of the paralysis of the international law system, but when it's possible to come and take what you want. That's why in 2014 they understood that such annexation and occupation is possible in the current world. So till and while Crimea is occupied, we can't speak about justice, about sustainable security in Europe and international law based on the rules. Today is the day of the national flag of Ukraine, and we do really believe that our flag will be raised over Ukrainian Sevastopol, Yalta, Simferopol, and other cities and towns of peninsula. Crimea will be a part of strong, independent European Ukraine. We are so grateful to all of you who support us within this process, dear partners, dear friends. Thank you so much for being here, present in this third summit. Thank you so much. Slava Ukraini.
Дякую, пане прем'єр-міністр. And I would like to offer everyone an opportunity to imagine the future of Ukrainian Crimea. The future of Crimea where businesses are investing, where no restrictions are being applied. Please look at the screen.
Nine years of racketeering and lawlessness. These 5 businessmen were forced to leave their native peninsula, like thousands of others.
A
I left Sevastopol on March 9, 2014, and never returned there. I've been in Kiev since December 2014. From the beginning of the annexation in March, we sold all our assets in Crimea and moved to Kiev. I really miss our everyday life when we can go out in the society to see everyone, you know.
They created business success on the mainland, but they are ready to return home and rebuild Crimea.
Там дуже багато роботи, там дуже багато потенційної
There are a lot of
перспективної
work, there are lots of potential business direction. It will be necessary to rebuild the Kyiv quarter, Chernihiv quarter, Lviv quarter, and all that should be on the avenues of Shukhevich or Bandera. It might be interesting for the world community with all the resources which are available there, the sea, the ports, and agriculture. My son dreams to see Crimea, and I want to participate in the reconstruction. Huge steps and agriculture business can go there. Ships repair, which was done before, a lot of foreign ships. After the deoccupation, I will immediately return to Crimea. I already have a ticket for the first train. I plan to meet friends. All things which belong to Crimean territories. The restoration of Crimea is important. The restoration of Crimea, the culture, architecture, tourism, all the product, cuisine, space. This is the dream, to open an art school. The business will build hospitality, build entertainment facilities. There will be ports and ships will arrive. A great interest to Crimea. The whole world knows about it. After the deoccupation, I think we will have to open the Stephen Bakshi-Sarai, Kyar, Yalta, Luka, Eupatoria. Wherever you can open this is not just dream. We'll definitely go back there.
And big business is also ready to develop Crimea.
My name is Michael O'Leary. I'm the CEO of the Ryanair Group of Airlines, and I was proud to visit Kiev in July, where I had the pleasure of meeting with Deputy Prime Minister Kubrikov and the senior management of Kiev, Lviv, and Odessa airports. Ryanair has set out a very exciting plan to invest in and rebuild and relaunch Ukraine aviation as soon as the Ukrainian and the European safety authorities tell us it's safe to do so.
There is a place where we want to open a branch, and definitely will open Ukrainian Crimea. We undertake and promise to do this within 1 month after the deoccupation of Crimea. Crimea is Ukraine. The bank is a Ukrainian bank with one branch in Crimea. Glory to Ukraine. Glory to the armed officers. The day of the liberation of Crimea will be the day of the start of the network operation. We are ready to restore Ukrainian communication in Crimea using the most modern technologies as soon as possible. The start of this process will be the clearest evidence that the justice there, that good has triumphed over the evil. My native Crimea say hello and look forward to seeing you. They have to lose this war.
We continue to build Crimea together.
And now I would like to give the floor to the other highly esteemed representative of Bosnia and Herzegovina, the member of the presidency, Mr. Denis Bečirović.
Respect for the territorial integrity of states is a fundamental pillar of international law and a cornerstone of the UN Charter. The Charter underpins and protects the territorial integrity of member states through the principle of refraining from the threat or use of force in international relations, the principle of equal rights and self-determination of peoples, and the principle of the sovereign equality of states. The General Assembly has repeatedly reaffirmed these foundational principles. Notably, over 50 years ago, the General Assembly adopted the Declaration of Principles of International Law concerning friendly relations and cooperation among states in accordance with the Charter of the United Nations. International law is unequivocal. Every state must refrain from any action aimed at the total or partial disruption of the national unity and territorial integrity of any other state. Crucially, the territory of a state shall not be the object of acquisition by another state resulting from the threat or use of force. With respect to the status of the Autonomous Republic of Crimea and the city of Sevastopol as part of Ukraine, the United Nations continues to be guided by relevant General Assembly resolutions, including in particular Resolution 68-262 on the territorial integrity of Ukraine. In line with these resolutions, the United Nations is committed to the sovereignty, independence, unity, and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its international recognized borders extending to its territorial waters. As requested by the General Assembly, I have continued to issue reports on the situation of human rights in the temporarily occupied Autonomous Republic of Crimea and the city of Sevastopol, Ukraine. My 9th report will shortly be submitted to the General Assembly. The Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights will continue to closely monitor the human rights situation. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Secretary General. Let me apologize for the technical issue. We were informed about the other speaker. So the next speaker, and I'm pleased to welcome the NATO Deputy Secretary General, His Excellency, Mr. Mircea Joană.
President Zelensky, Minister Kuleba, distinguished hosts, and friends of Ukraine. It is an honor to address you today at this 3rd summit of the International Crimea Platform, on the eve of Ukraine's Independence Day. Since your independence in 1991, NATO has stood with Ukraine. We significantly stepped up our support after the illegal annexation of Crimea in 2014. And since February 2022, NATO allies have provided unprecedented military, financial, and humanitarian aid. NATO's support to Ukraine remains unwavering. At our historic summit in Vilnius last month, in the presence of President Zelensky, we took steps to ensure that Ukraine moves closer to NATO, closer than ever before. We agreed a new multi-year assistance package to help you transition from Soviet era to NATO equipment and standards and make your forces fully interoperable with NATO. We also agreed to remove the requirement for a membership action plan. This changes Ukraine's membership path from a 2-step process to a 1-step process. And we will issue an invitation for you to join when allies agree and conditions are met. In Vilnius, we also held the inaugural meeting of the NATO-Ukraine Council. It was an honor, as I mentioned, to have President Zelensky join us for that occasion. Ukraine and NATO allies are now meeting as equals to hold crisis consultations and jointly take decisions. NATO allies also continue to make major new announcements of military support. The supply of F-16 fighter jets by the Netherlands and Denmark is the latest example, and a significant one. We do not see any signs from President Putin that Russia is preparing for peace. Russian missiles continue to strike targets in Ukraine daily. But what we see is that Ukraine is making progress, beating back Russia's invasion, liberating more territory, slowly but surely. So it is even more important that we continue providing military support to Ukraine, because making you stronger in the battlefield is the best way to make you stronger at the negotiating table. To achieve a just and lasting peace, Ukraine, and Ukraine only, can decide when the prerequisites for peace negotiations are present. It is for you to decide the terms of peace. NATO's task, and the task of all of the friends of Ukraine all over the world, is to support you. That is precisely what we are doing now. And you can count on our continued support for as long as it takes. President Zelensky, Minister Kuleba, thank you again for convening the third summit of the International Crimea Platform, which serves a powerful international coordination mechanism, underlining the importance of adhering to the rule-based order and international law. I am proud to have attended the inaugural meeting in 2021 in Kiev and to return to the third edition, albeit online. I also vividly remember, dear President Zelensky, your formidable speech on the Independence Day of Ukraine back in 2021. I would like to thank you, and through you, to all the people of Ukraine for your bravery, for your resilience, for your determination in these very trying times. NATO stands by your side.
Thank you, dear Mircea. And let me invite you to listen to the OSCE Chairperson in Office, Minister of Foreign Affairs of North Macedonia, His Excellency Bujar Osmani.
Your Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for inviting me to address this year's Crimea Platform Summit. The reason we are here today is sad, but the objective is noble and righteous. Ever since 2014, and even before, our values and commitments are under attack. They have been incrementally eroded in the face of Russian Federation's aggressive stance. February 24, 2022 marked a complete disregard of our mutually agreed principles. We must not turn a blind eye of these wrongs. Therefore, we are again here today to show our unity, determination, and resilience. The war of aggression against Ukraine, unprovoked and unjustified as it is, it's a threat for all of us, for our way of life, our freedom, and our democracies. It is a threat for our organization too. Its endurance, despite various multilateral and bilateral efforts, continue to seriously threaten the stability, human and overall security of the whole OSCE region and beyond. It shatters the lives of so many people in Ukraine. By reaffirming our unwavering commitment to the OSCE fundamentals, we are reiterating our support to Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders. We reconfirm our full support to the people in Ukraine. You have never been, and you will never be alone. After all, the overarching priority of our chairpersonship are the people, since it's about them. The OSCE will continue to stand with Ukraine in these difficult times. The new support program is designed to continue our cooperation across various important fields. These include humanitarian demining, the promotion of the rule of law, and the mitigation of environmental and economic impact of Russia's war of aggression, for the well-being of people whom we serve and represent. Following up on my first visit to Ukraine in January of this year, I am planning a further visit soon in my capacity as chairman in office to directly engage with people on site, hearing their needs, fears, but also hopes. That visit will also serve to further strengthen the cooperation with all relevant stakeholders in the country. The OSCE can play a vital role here with flexible and tailor-made initiatives supported by a broad range of participating states. I repeat, the OSCE has been and will remain dedicated and proactive in its support for Ukraine and its people. Naturally, this also includes the people in Crimea. Many of them have felt the harsh impact of the Russian Federation's illegal annexation. The OSCE will continue to cast light on and call out Russia on human rights violations. With civil society engagement as our priority, we will continue working with them. and human rights activists as well, raising further awareness of each and every wrongdoing. Accountability is yet another guiding principle of the OSCE, and I would like to use this opportunity to remind anyone who needs to hear that justice always prevails. So let's go back to our common platform, the one we all have committed to 50 years ago, the OSCE. Returning to our principles and commitments is the only way forward. Restoring the OSCE core non-use of force, peaceful settlement of disputes, and respect of human rights and fundamental freedoms. This was our point of departure when we assumed the OSCE chairpersonship, and will be our guiding light in the months ahead. I can pledge to you, here and now, that I will continue to uphold and pursue these principles to the best of my abilities, in the interest of a common European security, in the interest of the people of the OSCE region. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Osmani. I have the honor to invite to take the floor Madam Elisa Sparopali, Minister of State for Relations with the Parliament of the Republic of Albania.
Honorable President Zelensky, distinguished participants, it is an honor and privilege to be present today at the third summit of the International Crimea Platform, a gathering of like-minded nations united in their commitment to upholding international law and defending the principles of sovereignty and territorial integrity. We convene here for the cause of peace, justice and human rights, resolute in our determination to address the severe challenges posed by the unlawful criminal actions of the Russian Federation in Ukraine. As we reflect upon the events up to this moment, the situation in Ukraine has undergone a stark deterioration, with even more profound repercussions since February 24, 2022. The people of Crimea have endured distressing serious violations of human rights, including enforced disappearances, abduction of children, torture, extrajudicial punishment, politically motivated prosecutions, discrimination, harassment, intimidation, gender-based violence, and ongoing forced Russification. At present, Russia's brutal aggression against Ukraine remains the foremost threat to peace and security across Europe and beyond. It constitutes a blatant breach of the fundamental principles enshrined in the UN Charter and a flagrant violation of international law. Albania, on bilateral and multilateral terms, remains steadfast in the commitment to further step up political and practical support to Ukraine as it continues to defend its independence, sovereignty and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders, and will continue our support for as long as it takes. Within the Security Council, Albania, as a co-pen holder alongside the United States on the matter of Ukraine, has been resolutely engaged, consistently condemning Russian aggression, insisting on the withdrawal of its forces, and demanding the cessation of Moscow's hostile actions. We have strongly denounced the annexation of Ukrainian oblasts Donetsk, Kherson, Luhansk, and Zaporizhia, an illegal act such as the annexation of Crimea in 2014. For us, Crimea is Ukraine, Donetsk is Ukraine, Kherson is Ukraine, Luhansk is Ukraine, and Zaporizhia is Ukraine. Albania has vehemently condemned Russia's airstrikes targeting critical energy and civilian infrastructure in Ukraine, including hospitals, kindergartens, schools, as well as cultural, religious, historical, and archaeological sites. Albania has actively participated in international initiatives aimed at ensuring accountability for the situation in Ukraine. It was among the 42 member countries that designated the conflict in Ukraine as a focus of the ICC's efforts. We retain a high level of concern regarding the precarious situation, particularly concerning the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant, the first ever nuclear facility subject to foreign occupation. Albania forcefully denounces the Russian suspension of the Black Sea grain initiative, a move driven by evident political and economic motivations. BSGI has played a crucial role in mitigating the dire consequences of Putin's illicit war against Ukraine. The Russian withdrawal from the initiative underscores a troubling policy of using food as a weapon and leveraging famine for political gains. Although the end of this nonsense brutal war remains unpredictable, the result of our bilateral and multilateral coordination is visible. Russia has remained isolated, and the international solidarity and support has prevented the aggression plan of Russia from becoming an easy reality. As Russia is continuing its horrific and indiscriminate attacks on civilians and the critical infrastructure, Ukraine will continue to need allied support as it continues to valiantly face the numerous odds of the Russian criminal aggression, and Albania will stand with Ukraine for as long as it takes. We reassert our unwavering solidarity with President Zelensky, the government and the people of Ukraine in their valiant defense of their nation, their land, and the values we share. Our collective efforts should be geared toward cooperative action to address the global consequences of this conflict, encompassing areas such as food security, energy stability, finance, the environment, as well as nuclear safety and security. It is imperative that endeavors for a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in Ukraine incorporate these considerations, and we urge states to endorse initiatives to mitigate these consequences. This platform serves as a testament to our united determination in countering this aggression. It symbolizes the potency of diplomacy, collaboration, and multilateralism in the face of such challenges. Through this platform, we must unequivocally convey to the world that violations of borders and disregard for democratic principles and human rights will not be tolerated. Our support for Ukraine must endure, and on behalf of the Albanian government and the Albanian people, I wish to reaffirm our unwavering commitment to Ukraine on all fronts. Thank you for your attention. Happy Independence Day. You are an inspiration to us all. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you, dear Lisa, for being a permanent participant of the Crimea platform since the very inaugural summit back 2 years ago. And now I'm pleased to welcome the Secretary General of the Organization of American States, His Excellency, Mr. Luis Almagro.
Dear friends, I'm pleased to participate in the third summit of the International Crimea platform being held in Kyiv. I fully support the four principal goals of the summit: to reaffirm the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine, to accelerate the occupation of Crimea, to draw attention to violations of international law and human rights as a result of Russia's territorial occupation in Crimea, and to create a sustainable foundation for this platform to become an effective mechanism to facilitate the post-war reconstruction of Crimea after the occupation process. The full-scale invasion of Ukraine was launched on February 24, 2022, but it will be remiss of me not to acknowledge that the violation of Ukraine's territorial integrity started with unlawful occupation and annexation of Crimea that dates back to 2014. It is a fact we simply cannot forget. The preservation of international law, the inviolability of international recognized borders, and our shared values of human rights and fundamental freedoms must be safeguarded. This is what the very concept of an international system is based on. We cannot condone limitation to these norms. It is about principles and about survival, especially for small states. Thus, all these principles are vital to us. Our region has been a good example of them throughout the existence of the inter-American system since the end of the 19th century. At the Organization of American States, we immediately spoke out against a violation of the most fundamental principles of international law, humanitarian law, and human rights. From its onset, we have called this invasion a war of aggression. Immediately too, the Permanent Council of the OES adopted two very relevant resolutions last year. First, a majority of OES member states voted to suspend Russia's permanent observer status from the organization. Second, the Council strongly condemned the unprovoked and justified war of aggression in Ukraine. We joined the international community in its call for peace to prevail and to accelerate a peaceful solution to this tragedy that has cost the lives of many. The war of aggression of Ukraine must end, and respect for international legal norms must be restored. We have also said that the invasion was a global threat to peace and security in the Western Hemisphere, as we have seen Russia making inroads among autocratic regimes in the Americas. We also said loud and clear that we cannot remain silent on this issue, as it would be accepting that might is right. That means should not be the basis for which sovereign states interact with each other. Furthermore, it is precisely in the Black Sea where the economic war of aggression is now taking place against Ukraine and the rest of the world. If Ukraine cannot export grain, its economy will suffer, food prices will rise, and food insecurity in the whole world will exacerbate, causing widespread famine in low-income and agriculturally dependent countries. Russia's draconian tactics is more reason why the war must end. My Ukrainian friends, your cause is our cause. Those responsible for this war of aggression must be held accountable and must not go unpunished. We are committed to justice, human rights, peace, and the rule of law. You have our unyielding support for Ukraine's territorial integrity and for Ukrainian Crimea. The Americas and this organization will continue to be with you. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, señor Almagro. I would like to welcome the Secretary General of the World Tourism Organization, who is the new participant of the Crimean Platform family, His Excellency Mr. Zurab Pololikashvili.
Ваша высокоповажность, президент Зеленский.
Your Excellency President Zelensky, for me it's a great honor to address the Ukrainian people as the same to the whole world, as a symbol of the courage. For all this time, Ukrainian people has demonstrated love for its land and its unity. Dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to express my gratitude to the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, for invitation for this summit.
I really apologize, Dear Excellency, to don't potentially be with you today, but I stand with you. It's an honor to address you on such vital matters as global peace, security, and international law. Today we are facing challenges not seen since the Second World War. Our shared values are being put to the test. The foundations of stability and peace are at risk. The matter of Crimea demands a united response from the international community. This is what brings us together today. From the very start of the Russian military invasion, the World Tourism Organization has stood by Ukraine in its resistance and courage. We are proud to be the sole international organization whose members decided to suspend Russia's membership. It was a collective statement of condemnation against aggression. It was also a symbol of our support for Ukrainian sovereignty. Beyond its economic benefits, tourism has great power and gives us reason for hope. It can not only help mend the infrastructure and drive recovery. Tourism can also provide opportunities for those affected by war and crisis. And it has unique ability to bring people together and strengthen friendships. Let us continue to stand united in our pursuit of bring the future of Ukraine, brighter future of Ukraine and its people. Дякуємо. Слава Україні!
Thank you, dear Zurab. And with this, let me conclude the second panel discussion on a very optimistic sentiment delivered by Prime Minister Denis Shmyhal, who said that the Ukrainian leadership is dreaming to turn Crimea into the Ukrainian Silicon Valley. The whole team who is here on the table and behind the table will be working on that. And with this, let me open up the third panel discussion that will be dedicated to the humanitarian situation in Crimea, as well as to the human rights situation in Crimea, because the most frequently asked question that we receive from our partners is what would happen to people who live in Crimea, both Ukrainian citizens who were forcibly passportized by Russia, or those Russian citizens who came illegally entered Crimea. And the questions and the answers you will receive from my colleague, the permanent representative of the President of Ukraine to Crimea, Madam Tamila Tasheva. Buyurunuz.
Саглини мене. Вітаю ваші високоповажності, шановні гості.
Dear guests, as a representative of President of Ukraine and Crimea and a representative of the Crimean people, I would like to brief you what we as a country are doing when we are facing the challenges. I returned to Crimea 6 years old, and I knew that we are coming back home. Crimean Peninsula, this is a central element of the identity of Crimea, that our people for many centuries was from there, and people have to leave Crimea now, or either stay at home under occupation. One of the first deputy evangelist of Narim Manjilab was a statement at he briefed the first summit what a person feels when many years lives under Russian propaganda for years and under the threat and repression. Nariman was the only one who came from Crimea to participate openly at the platform, and he pays a big price for the 17 years of imprisonment. That was this sentence by the occupation court. 117 Crimean Tatars are from. This is an existence war for Ukrainians and Crimean Tatars. Russia wants to have it empire. The Crimean identity is something they don't want. They want to clean the signs, either the signs of political protest and the border shirt or Bakhchisarai Palace. Russia committed and continues to commit a lot of crimes which are mentioned during the summit and are fixed by the resolution by international organizations. And during the occupation, Russian sustainable links, developed their own judicial and law enforcement system, and introduced Russian standards in education, social protection, and the different they grab the property and land from the citizens of the. This is a classical colonial mode under the imperial textbook, and these are just some consequences which will have to combine after the occupation. Now we are preparing the Crimean team, motivated and trained people who would restore Crimea after the occupation. Now they get formal and informal education for civil servants. We started developing the cadre reserve. We need those who loves and understand Crimea to engage them for the reintegration. Of course, Crimean citizens, IDPs, and those who during the occupation did not ruin their image. And of course, the representatives of the indigenous people. In addition to this strategy, which was presented at the previous summit and amended and deepened this year, which highlights economic and infrastructure future of the development of the we developed the immediate steps after the occupation. This is a comprehensive document which has the answers on the future of Crimea, from the management, justice, and combating humanitarian challenges. Finally, I would like to thank all the participants of the summit, for the international community, for the pressure on Russia for their legal action. We should not stop till Russia stops committing the crime and would release all Ukrainian citizens who are illegally kept in prison. Glory to Ukraine. Thank you.
Dear friends, for centuries, Crimea has been a melting pot of civilizations and cultures, shaping the identities of its inhabitants. For some peoples, like Crimean Tatars, Karais, and Krimchaks, there is no any other spot in the world that might be considered as their motherland. So I would like to invite you to watch a video clip that is dedicated to Crimea as the cradle of the indigenous peoples of Ukraine.
Our Crimea is the cradle of different cultures and different worlds, all of which have lived under the Crimean sun for centuries. Crimean Tatars, Karaites and Krimchaks are the indigenous peoples of Ukraine who historically were formed in Crimea and have no other homeland besides Ukraine.
Кримські татари поділяються на 3 субетнічні групи.
Crimean Tatarian divide into 3 sub-ethnic groups: Yalabailu, Crim-Tatarian, who lived on the south coast of Crimea, Tate, in the middle part of Crimea, and Nogai, that's our 3rd group. But the only perception of their past, current lives, and future, it was always.
Since the 13th century, they emerged out of the merge of groups of nomadic Karaites, who were part of the Han, Khazar and other Turkic tribal unions, with a settled population, primarily Sarmatian Alans. Chufut Kale is a sacred site for the Karaites in Crimea, where an ancient cave city was located. The Karaites are a small ethnic group, reaching almost to 1,200 individuals in Ukraine. Krimchaks are the smallest indigenous ethnic group in Ukraine, with around 400 individuals. They adhere to Orthodox Judaism with Crimean prayer rituals, which led to the mass destruction of Krimchaks during World War II in Crimea, as Nazis considered them Jews. In recent years, Ukraine has been systematically implementing policies to support indigenous peoples and their identities. For instance, at the state level, there is a strategy for the development of the Crimean Tatar language. A law on indigenous peoples has been adopted, and the Crimean Tatar national ornament called ornek has been included in UNESCO's list of intangible cultural heritage.
Після депортації 44-го року
After the deportation in 1944, there are some things that material evidence of existence of Crimean Tatars. After the second occupation in 2014, they were almost completely destroyed.
Another significant indicator of the cultural identity of Crimean Tatars is Crimean Tatar language, which is classified by UNESCO as endangered. Despite the war and occupation, Crimean Tatar artists have a powerful voice to tell the story of their homeland through literature, cinema, performative visual arts, and music.
The strength of us Ukrainians is that we are talented, creative, and courageous. We write songs with the pain. This is my way of speaking to the world.
Since the Russian invasion of Ukraine, indigenous peoples have taken a stand to defend their homeland in the ranks of the armed forces of Ukraine.
Зараз зроблено офіційно 2 підрозділи. Тобто
Now we have officially 2 units, a company named after Emerging Hall. In addition, we have the Crimean unit.
Also engaged in volunteering, from assisting the Ukrainian army to establishing humanitarian centers to helping civilians and launching social initiatives through business. Crimean Tatars, Karaites and Krimchaks see their future in free Ukrainian Crimea, recognizing it is the only possible way to preserve their own identities and ensure the equitable development of these peoples.
And I'm extremely happy to invite to speak up our new participant, who not so long ago paid her visit to Kiev as a sign of strong solidarity with Ukrainian people, the Minister of Climate Change and Environment, the President of International Affairs Office at the Presidential Court of the United Arab Emirates, Madam Mariam Al-Mehri.
Thank you so much, Chair, President Zelensky, Prime Minister Shmihal, Minister Kuleba. On behalf of the United Arab Emirates, I would like to thank you for hosting the 3rd summit of the International Crimea Platform, and we too offer our warm congratulations as Ukraine commemorates the 32nd anniversary of its independence tomorrow. It is an honor to address you all today. The summit provides a welcome and valuable opportunity for us to discuss the interlinkages between security, economic, and humanitarian challenges. Sadly, the needs of people affected by crises and conflict around the world have never been as pressing as they are today. As a result, it is more important than ever for the international community to come together to harness resources and ideas, to anticipate better the humanitarian challenges and assist those most in need. Mr. President, the UAE's humanitarian mission is to alleviate suffering, promote human dignity, and provide aid and assistance to vulnerable populations while upholding human rights and promoting social justice for all people, regardless of their race, gender, religion, or nationality. This is a practical application of the principle of tolerance and coexistence, which is central to life in the UAE. It is a mission which reflects a policy of collective responsibility to the welfare of all humankind. And that mission is even more relevant today, particularly given the repercussions of the war on civilians in and out of Ukraine. The UAE is a relatively young country, but one which has played an important role in providing humanitarian development assistance across the globe, allocating $100 million towards essential items to alleviate suffering in Ukraine. That experience has taught us that humanitarian aid can and should take many forms. It can and should improve health outcomes. And to that end, the UAE has sent planes carrying 630 tons of relief and medical supplies since the beginning of the conflict. It can and should improve access to essentials. And with that in mind, we have provided thousands of household generators to help heat Ukrainian homes and alleviate the challenges of harsh winter conditions. It can and should provide
Shukran, Your Excellency. Excuse us for some technical issues with the video. And the next floor will be given to the Vice Prime Minister, Minister of Foreign and European Affairs of the Republic of Slovenia, Her Excellency, Madam Tanja Fajon.
Dear President Zelensky, Excellencies, I would like to start by thanking Ukraine for standing with Slovenia during our recent flood disaster. Ukrainian significant help that came immediately and in spite of the war will remain in our minds as the great value of solidarity. And solidarity with Ukraine in what the world continues to need today. I want to reaffirm Slovenia's unwavering support for sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine within internationally recognized borders. It is unbearable that Russia's aggression against Ukraine has been ongoing for over a year and a half. We firmly condemn Russia's strive to forcefully change the internationally recognized borders of Ukraine. Slovenia stands by Ukraine and its people in their struggle to liberate the country from occupation that started with illegal occupation of Crimea in 2014. I would like to commend the bravery and the resistance of the Ukrainian people. I admire their enormous courage in defending their lives while fighting for freedom, independence, and democracy. We are deeply concerned about the human rights violations in the Crimean Peninsula and in the illegally occupied territories. We call for an immediate release of political prisoners and civilian hostages detained in Crimea. Deliberate killings of civilians and missile strikes on the vital infrastructure by Russian armed forces are most serious crimes that must not be left unpunished. Slovenia pays particular attention to the importance of accountability. The adoption of the Ljubljana Hague Convention on International Cooperation in the investigation and prosecution of the most serious crimes could be of great help. We call on all countries to become parties to the convention as soon as possible. Of our great concern are also threats with nuclear weapons and to the nuclear power plants in Ukraine. This is a concern that we should all devote more attention and action to. Ladies and gentlemen, our common goal is to restore peace in Ukraine. Let me reassure you that Slovenia will continue to provide political and economic support, as well as humanitarian aid and other assistance to Ukraine. You are not alone in this fight for a free and democratic Ukraine. Thank you.
I would like to welcome our next speaker, Australian Foreign Minister, Her Excellency Madam Penny Wong.
Distinguished colleagues, Australia is proud to stand with Ukraine and its partners at the third summit of the Crimea platform. The platform seeks to restore and protect Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. These are principles which unite us all and principles which protect us all. They are fundamental to international law, including the UN Charter and the rules-based order, and they are vital to global security and prosperity. We have all been horrified at the level of brutality of Russian actions in Ukraine, including Crimea. Russia continues to violate the human rights of Ukrainians in Crimea through torture, forced disappearances, and arbitrary detentions and arrests. The Australian government deplores Russia's forced conscription of Ukrainian nationals, including Crimean Tatars, to fight against their own people and on their own soil. While the cost of Russia's war is borne almost exclusively by Ukraine, its impacts are felt around the world. Russia's withdrawal from the Black Sea Grain Initiative and attacks on Ukrainian shipping and ports are propelling a global food security crisis. And instead of blaming others, Russia should take responsibility for driving global food insecurity, and Russia should recommit to the Black Sea Grain Initiative. Australia remains steadfast in its commitment to empowering Ukraine to end the war on its own terms, and we acknowledge the long and costly road to recovery for Crimea. Coordinated international efforts, including through multilateral mechanisms, will be essential to rebuilding a reunited Ukraine. So I commend this summit and I look forward to its outcomes. I hope it is an important step towards a future in which Ukrainian territory and the Ukrainian people are free of Russian aggression. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Minister, and I'm pleased to welcome yet another new participant of our Crimea Platform family, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Bahrain, His Excellency Dr. Abdulatif Az-Zayani.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to address the esteemed participants of the third summit of the International Crimea Platform, coinciding with the celebration of Ukraine's Independence Day. On behalf of the Kingdom of Bahrain, I extend my warmest greetings and reaffirm our commitment to promoting peace and stability. Bahrain firmly believes in the primacy of wisdom, dialogue, and diplomatic means to address conflicts in accordance with international law and the principles enshrined in the United Nations Charter. We emphasize the utmost importance of respecting sovereignty, territorial integrity, independence, and non-interference in the internal affairs of other nations. During my recent visit to Kiev and my meetings with the Ukrainian leadership, I conveyed Bahrain's unwavering position, calling for an end to the war through peaceful means and the restoration of peace to Europe. From the onset, Bahrain has been a staunch supporter of the implementation of the Minsk agreements, recognizing their significance in finding a lasting solution to the conflict. In our commitment to peace, Bahrain has actively contributed to humanitarian efforts, including the provision of relief aid, support for prisoner exchange initiatives, and facilitating the supply of essential food items. Furthermore, we have actively participated in the Jeddah talks and lent our support to the peace efforts led by His Holiness the Pope, the President's Peace Formula, the Chinese Plan, and various other international diplomatic initiatives aimed at achieving lasting peace in Ukraine. As we gather today to discuss the future of Crimea and the broader region, let us remain steadfast in our pursuit of peaceful resolutions. Let us engage in constructive dialogue, fostering understanding and cooperation, with the ultimate goal of promoting stability and prosperity for all. May this summit be a catalyst for positive change, encouraging strong partnerships and paving the way for a brighter future. Bahrain stands ready to contribute to the collective efforts in bringing about a peaceful resolution to the conflict in Ukraine. Thank you.
Shukran, dear Minister, and it's my pleasure to announce the next video message from His Excellency Jan Borch, the Minister for Foreign and European Affairs and Trade of the Republic of Malta.
President Zelensky, Excellencies, colleagues, I would like to start by thanking President Zelensky for convening this important summit. A year has passed since we last met in this format. A year of violence and suffering. 12 months on, and we continue to see the full brutal scope of Russia's war unfold. The European continent has not seen a war of this scale since World War II. Civilians have been subjected to immense hardship. The level of destruction is enormous. Russia's grave human rights violations in Crimea continue. Residents faced increased prosecution for voicing their views on Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. International organizations and human rights defenders are still being denied access. We have all been shocked by the stories told by survivors of terror and abuse in areas liberated from Russian control, Bucha, Irpin, and others. Every missile strike and mine explosion is a stark reminder of what the Ukrainian people are up against and what they are fighting for. The Russian regime has grossly underestimated the ability and willingness of the Ukrainian people to defend their country and their freedom. Russia has also underestimated Europe's unity and resolve. European countries and our partners have been put to the test and have met this challenge with remarkable unity. Norway's support for Ukraine is unwavering. We are continually assessing how we can support you in the best possible way. In February, the Norwegian Parliament approved a 5-year support program for Ukraine for a total of €7.5 billion. Norway stands firmly with Ukraine, and we will stand with you as long as it takes. Norway remains aligned with the EU sanctions against Russia. We will continue to demand that Russia ends its war and its occupation of Ukrainian territory, including Crimea. We call on Russia to cease its military actions immediately and unconditionally. We call on Russia to withdraw all its troops and equipment from the entire territory of Ukraine, including the illegally annexed Crimean peninsula, because Crimea is Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Minister. We were watching the message from the Norway Minister, Her Excellency Anniken Huitfeldt. And now we hope to see the video message from Ian Bosch.
Mr. President, 9 years from the illegal annexation of Crimea and Sevastopol by the Russian Federation, Malta joins other participants in this platform to reiterate the steadfast commitment to Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders, also extending to its territorial waters. Malta also calls on Russia to immediately reverse repressive measures in Crimea and Sevastopol, which curtail human rights and undermine security. As Russia's unprovoked full-scale war against Ukraine rages on, we continue to express our unequivocal support towards Ukraine and deplore Russia's behavior, which seeks only escalation and destruction. The war has brought a terrible human cost on the people of Ukraine, destroyed critical infrastructure and monuments of cultural heritage. Crimes must be stopped, and perpetrators must be brought to justice. Malta strongly condemns Russia's irresponsible decision to terminate the Black Sea Grain Initiative, which has repercussions that go far beyond the region and impact the most vulnerable countries. Malta also unreservedly condemns the cynical attacks by the Russian Federation on Ukraine's grain storage and loading infrastructure, which is vital for grain shipments from Ukraine. These attacks are obviously intended to impede Ukraine from getting its products on the world markets. Russia's attacks will impact mostly the countries that are most in need and most severely challenged for food security. The Russian Federation is also consciously endangering the security situation in the Black Sea region and beyond. Malta persists with its insistence on Russia for a negotiated solution to end immediately Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. Malta also supports and is ready to contribute to the diplomatic outreach efforts by Ukraine to secure the broadest possible international support for President Zelensky's peace formula, and hopes that we can continue to build on the present momentum to be able to arrive not only to a just, but most importantly, sustainable peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. And I'm very pleased to give the floor to His Excellency José Manuel Alvarez Bueno, Minister for Foreign Affairs, European Union and Cooperation of the Kingdom of Spain.
President Zelensky, Minister Kuleba, dear colleagues and friends,
I'm proud to address all of you on this third summit of the International Crimea Platform and on the eve of Ukraine's Independence Day. Today, once again, we pay tribute to the unwavering courage of the millions of Ukrainians who continue to fight for Ukraine's independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized border, including Crimea. We also reiterate our most categorical condemnation of Russia's aggression. We call on Russia to immediately and unconditionally withdraw all of its armed forces from the entire territory of Ukraine. Russia's aggression did not begin in 2022, but much earlier, in 2014, when Russia decided to illegally annex Crimea in flagrant violation of the most basic rules of international law and the Charter of the United Nations. This first attack was followed last year in other sovereign territories of eastern Ukraine. We have never, and we will never, recognize Russian illegal annexation attempts. In direct contrast to Russia, Ukraine has always worked in favor of peace and dialogue, while exercising its right to legitimate self-defense. The International Crimea Platform is one such example. We remain deeply concerned by the continued violation of international human rights in Crimea, the prosecution of independent voices, and the increased restrictions on fundamental civil and political rights, including those particularly directed against Crimean Tatars. We call once again on Russia to allow full access to international human rights organizations, to release all individuals unjustly imprisoned, and to put an end to its illegal annexation of Crimea. Russia's actions are creating regional and international instability, exacerbating the global food security crisis. Russia's withdrawal from the Black Sea Grain Initiative and its recent bombings of grain silos show once more that Russia is the only actor responsible for this situation. We call on Russia to immediately rejoin the Black Sea Grain Initiative, and we recall our continued support to the European Union's solidarity lanes, while we thank Ukraine for its generous Grain from Ukraine initiative. Let me end by saying that Spain's support to Ukraine will continue in all fields for as long as it takes. As the current presidency of the Council of the European Union, we will continue working with Ukraine and international partners from all over the world to ensure proper accountability for Russia's actions and to achieve a comprehensive, just and lasting peace in all of Ukraine, including Crimea.
Gracias, Your Excellency. And now it's my pleasure to invite you to watch the video message from the Federal Counselor, Head of the Federal Department of Foreign Affairs of the Swiss Confederation, His Excellency Mr. Ignacio Cassis.
Mr. President, Excellencies, on behalf of Switzerland, I would like to thank Ukraine and President Zelensky for holding this year's summit of the International Crimea Platform. While Russia's military aggression against Ukraine is ongoing, we cannot forget that it has already been more than 9 years since Russia annexed Crimea. Both acts are blatant violations of international law, and in particular, the UN Charter. Ever since, Russia has pursued a policy of repression and isolation of those who opposed this annexation to consolidate its control over the peninsula. Monitoring of the situation in Crimea and the Russian occupation is therefore paramount. Although monitoring might not change the fate of Ukrainians for the moment, it is crucial for the future. We value highly the efforts of the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights and other organizations that are monitoring and documenting the human rights situation in Crimea. Switzerland has supported the Crimean Human Rights Group and its predecessors' work since 2015. We commend the quality and perseverance of their work. We are alarmed about the severe restrictions on the freedom of expression, association and movement, but also about the numerous cases of arbitrary detentions and forced displacements, which have intensified since February 24 last year. The latter concerns, among others, Ukrainian children, who are illegally transferred to territories occupied by Russia or to Russia itself, where some of them are held at so-called vacation camps in Crimea without any contacts with their families. Switzerland calls on Russia to comply immediately with its obligation under international law and to return the children immediately to their parents, guardian, or other person legally responsible for them. We are also deeply concerned about the fact that Russian authorities have used the crossing points to subject civilians to a filtration process, thus violating international humanitarian law and human rights. This system also impedes freedom of movement. Furthermore, we condemn the forced conscription of Ukrainian nationals residing in Crimea into Russia's armed forces. This violates the Fourth Geneva Convention. Protected persons must not be subject to any type of sanctions or criminal prosecution for their refusal to be conscripted. Switzerland calls upon Russia to uphold its obligation under international law. In particular, the Russian authorities must strictly respect the absolute prohibition of torture and ensure the independent, impartial and effective investigation of all allegations of serious violations, including in particular those of torture, ill treatment, sexual violence, arbitrary arrest and detentions in Crimea. Russia has the obligation to ensure that the rights of persons deprived of liberty are fully respected. I reiterate Switzerland's condemnation of Russia's military aggressions against Ukraine in the strongest possible terms and call for the withdrawal of its troops from Ukrainian territory without delay. Ukrainians' territorial integrity and sovereignty must be restored immediately. Many Ukrainian citizens are forced to live under Russian occupation. Our concern and calls regarding the citizens of Ukraine also apply to the citizens of the partially occupied Donetsk, Kherson, Luhansk and Zaporizhia oblasts. I would like to reaffirm our full solidarity with all your citizens, and we continue to stand for Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Minister. And before I will give the floor to our two final speakers, let us watch a video clip about those unconquered and brave Ukrainian women and men who are behind bars because of their public position, because of their pro-Ukrainian position today in Crimea. These are those people who suffer, and we've heard so many words of our speakers, leaders, prime ministers and presidents who refer to those people who suffer. So let us watch this video.
Our Crimea. This is the right to be yourself on your own land and to fight. Whenever this right is taken away from us, political prisoners pay a high price to get their voices heard when Russians try to silence them. Currently, not less than 180 Crimean political prisoners are held by Russia. 117 of them are Crimean Tatars.
Victims are those who are against the terror, and the terror of Russian Federation is perpetrating in Crimea.
Bohdan Ziza, an artist and performer from Yevpatoria, Crimea. On May 16, 2022, Bohdan poured yellow and blue paint on the occupation city administration building in Yevpatoria and threw a Molotov cocktail into the building. The same day, Bohdan was arrested. After being tortured and threatened, he was forced to record a false confession. On June the 6th, 2023, he was sentenced to 15 years of imprisonment. Another act of injustice was done to Irina Danilovich, a human rights activist, journalist, and author of the Crimean Medicine Without a Cover project. On April the 29th, 2022, Irina was arrested on suspicion of illegal acquisition of explosives, which is often used by Russia as a pretext for politically motivated persecutions. The Feodosia City Court of Crimea sentenced her to 7 years. In September 2021, Russians searched and detained 5 persons in Crimea in case of alleged gas pipeline sabotage. Among the detainees was Nariman Zhilal, prominent Crimean Tatar leader and deputy chairman of the Mejlis of the Crimean Tatar people.
Behind me is the sculpture, because to display Nariman spoke as a part of Crimean people. After that, he was detained.
Nariman Zhilal was sentenced to 17 years in prison in a strict regime colony. However, he is brave enough to make clear statements from behind the bars. We rejoice in the successes of our warriors and thrive for their victory. Thousands of people in Crimea are waiting. In December 2022, Russians arrested 25-year-old Crimean Tatar Leniye Umerova. She was traveling to Crimea to take care of her father, who has cancer. Now she is accused of espionage and held in Moscow, in one of the most closed places of detention for those accused in espionage and high treason. She faces up to 20 years in prison.
In response to the ongoing illegal imprisonment of Crimeans and the ongoing occupation of the peninsula, numerous creative figures from Crimea have used their platforms to raise awareness about this situation and to call for international support.
Remember occupied Crimea, we should remember that we require weapons, and we would like not only weapons, not to be silent. This is what we expect from international partners.
And the world must unite in their efforts to secure the release of all political prisoners. We will bring our people back.
And now I'm happy to give a floor to a very special speaker for the Ukrainian side, the representative of civil society as far as a separate dimension of the Crimea platform. The expert network operates within the Crimea platform. And Madam Olga Skripnik, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Dear Excellencies, I highly appreciate the honor to represent the Crimea Platform Expert Network, community of Ukrainian international experts and organizations at the 3rd Summit of International Crimea Platform. The first known victim of Russian aggression was Rishat Ahmed, a Crimean Tatar activist who was tortured and brutally killed by Russia in Crimea in March 2014 for his protest against the occupation of Crimea. Since that time, Russia has built its repressive system to persecute of Crimean Tatars and Ukrainians and tries to destroy any manifestation of Ukrainian citizens' identity, persecutes the Orthodox Church of Ukraine. Russia has turned Crimea into a military base to attempt to destroy an independent Ukraine. Russia has turned Crimea into a prison where it detains and tortures Ukrainian citizens from both Crimea and the newly occupied territories of southern Ukraine for their resistance. Crimea is an integral part of Ukraine, and current events already proved that without liberating Crimea, we can forget about freedom of navigation in the Black Sea and the global food security, as well as European security in general. The future of the democratic world without terror, ensured only by the heroic resistance of the Ukrainian armed forces and the Ukrainian people and the strong support of our partners. That's why the occupation of Crimea is our final goal, regardless of the achievements we will have in offensive next weeks or months. The latest events in the Black Sea, attacks by Ukrainian sea drones, blockage of Russian fleet in ports, and deblockage of grain transportation even without Russia's security guarantees demonstrate changing of balance. But future, and now if we talk about future, further decisive steps are needed. First of all, with our partners to form joint Black Sea and Azov Sea security strategy to establish a joint mission of ensuring freedom of navigation and food security. Next, establish an efficient international mechanism to identify civilian hostages, including Crimea civilian hostages, release them and return to Ukrainian-controlled territory. Next, establish a special tribunal for the crime of aggression against Ukraine, including the occupation of Crimea since 2014. This is a necessary step to prosecute international crimes and guarantee the non-repetition of these crimes. And next, include the damage caused by the Crimea occupation in the mechanism of reparation for damage, loss, and share caused by Russian aggression, and to ensure the realization of the right to compensation for victims of international crimes committed by Russia in Crimea. We are grateful to our partners for supporting the Crimea platform and standing with Ukraine. Glory to the armed forces of Ukraine. Slava Ukraini!
Дякую, Ольго.
Thank you,
Back
Olga.
in 2016, the Russian occupation authorities banned the self-governing body of the Crimean Tatar people, Majlis of the Crimean Tatar people. And since then, we see harsh repressions against Crimean Tatars. And I'm very pleased to give a floor to the head of the Majlis of the Crimean Tatar people, Rifat Chubarov.
Шановна пані голово, шановні учасники саміту Кримської платформи.
Participants of Crimea Platform Summit. Crimea is not only a unique and integral part of Ukrainian state, but as you all know, Crimea is a cradle of tangible people of Crimea, Tatar, Korean, and Crimea. For centuries, Korean Krimchaks live together. They speak almost the same language, so close. Their music, folk, culture. It's very difficult to differentiate among themselves. And Crimean Tatar is the biggest population, but the Russian Empire policy during the 19th, 20th century, Crimean Tatars suffered lots of losses. Their friends, in all the previous presentation, everyone mentioned that the occupation of Crimea and restored territorial integrity within the internationally identified border would mean the restore of the international recognized norm, which were brutally violated by Russian aggression, by the occupation of the part of the Crimea. As a head of the Majlis, the representative on indigenous people, I would like to thank all the speakers for sincere words, for the support of Crimean Tatars, ethnic Ukrainians who are under occupied Crimea became a subject of the repression from Russian aggressors. So, discussing the issue of future Ukrainian Crimea, I would like, with the development of very write statements, I would complement the following. The successful reintegration of the deoccupied Crimea is related to the fact that to secure the rights of indigenous people of Ukraine. In this context, we think it's very important that legal improvement of the current status of Crimea, that Crimea's autonomy should secure territorial integrity of Ukrainian state, implementation of Crimea Tatar, self-identification within Ukrainian state, equal rights of freedom and rights of citizens, and sustainable development of Crimea. So, restoration of the territorial integrity of Ukrainian state, reintegration of the deoccupied Crimea gives all the opportunities of the Ukrainian state to create real preconditions to promote the development of the indigenous people of Crimea. We are sure that these efforts of the Ukrainian state would be supported by international partners. Thank you for your attention. Glory to Ukraine.
Dear friends, dear participants, before I'll go to the closing remarks, let me also give you a very personal reflection. When a mother watches her baby growing, she feels very proud. Same feeling I have today, because the Crimea platform once started from the conversation with my 5-year-old daughter back in 2014 when we left Crimea, and she felt so despair that she told me, "Mom, you should do something about this." And I actually started doing something about this, and the Crimea platform started as a one-page concept. Today unites 1/3 of the globe. Today, our Crimea platform family has become bigger. My gratitude goes to all participants of our today's summit and to the Grand Chancellor of the Order of Malta for his statement of solidarity that we received as a text. This very moment, we can conclude that our initiative is complete and keeps growing. In recent years, we finalized the architecture of the platform, and now it functions in its all 3 dimensions: governmental, parliament, and expert. In this regard, I want to mention the activities of Expert Network. It's yesterday's pre-day of summit was successful, and it has become a tradition to have an expert discussion every time before the Crimea platform summits happen. However, significant work is yet to be done. For me and for hundreds of thousands of Crimean residents, Crimea is home. Just like Donetsk, Luhansk, Kherson, and Zaporizhia regions are home for millions of Ukrainians whom Russia forced to leave their places. Our mission is very noble: to bring home to those who were deprived of it. So Crimea platform's effort persists, extending well beyond the summit's conclusion. Our collective commitment to liberate Crimea from Russian occupation remains steadfast and reflected in the joint statement of the 3rd summit. In one of his recent letters, my friend and the first deputy head of the Majlis of the Crimean Tatar people, Nariman Jilal, whom many guests and speakers referred to, and whom occupiers sentenced to 17 years in prison for his participation in the inaugural summit of the Crimea platform, he once said, "Just like before, we believe in the power of truth and justice. Just like before, we rejoice at the successes of our warriors and believe in Ukraine's victory. We will endure as long as necessary. Just don't give up. I know you won't." So, dear friends, let us not give up. Let us fight till we liberate our homeland, Crimea. Zahulnas, дякую, thank you. And we should follow the protocol. The last word.
Третій саміт Міжнародної Кримської платформи завершено.